Alright, welcome everyone. Turn off camera for the moment. Make sure. It's a little early, but I intend to hopefully beat this tonight so we can actually do a speed run for our. Depends on what everyone kind of wants to do. I have only one option we can really do for Halloween if we want something more story based. But it's also a roguelike in its own right. Now, we'll talk more. Actually, you know what? We'll save it. We'll talk more about it at the end of this, and depending on if we actually do make it. We do actually get to the end of this. I could be completely wrong, and it ends up turning out to be we just reached the halfway point, and we're in the middle, and like we haven't seen nothing yet. We haven't seen nothing yet. But since this is a part one of a future part two to come, something tells me we're getting towards like kind of the end. You see more zero, exactly, more boxes of hugs. Hopefully not, to be fair. Kinda hoping all those boxes are done. If there's anything, if there's more of anything in this game, hopefully it's not that. Still feel like there's an audio door I haven't found yet, which I'm gonna look on my map and kind of go through the floors and see if I can, like, just on the little mini map thing we've got, and see if I can see any doors that have voice logs that are locked by that we've yet to check. Let me bring my face back. That's actually what since we normally wait 10 minutes for everyone to join, that's actually what we're going to do now, is we're going to load in. There we go. We're going to load in, but I'm going to, like, kind of check my map and do some examining of what we've missed and what we haven't missed while we're in the safety of the save room and not having to be attacked. Yes, it stayed. Boy, it's dark in here, but we don't need lights for now. We need this. So let me zoom out. So we're looking for the little, like, three wavy line looking. See, that one's a lie. We've been in there. That's already been unlocked. That's what it was doing yesterday when we were towards the end before I went up there. I think it's because we're airlocked on this side, so it thinks that door is closed. Maybe the doors automatically all close when you close the airlock like that. So that we've already done. So I know that by heart. It's gonna kind of suck if they're all like that and they're not showing what we've done. But hey, you know, it's completely normal. See, that one's open because that one didn't have to close. It's also where we gotta go is the garage, so that one's done. This is the xenomorph nest. Anything down there, sadly, I gotta deal with? No, it looks like all of what I've done is already there. That's the computer room and the elevator room. I remember that. Yeah, both versions of that place has already been seen. There ain't anything in that. So what about level 2? Whoa, where's level 2? Here we go. We're looking for just sound doors. Oh, right, the medical ring has no power. Did we ever do that? That's a long trot back. I'm almost tempted to let that be on the second playthrough just because I'm not sure. If there's anything special, it's gotta be in the medical ring because we didn't get to explore that place hardly at all. Pretty sure I looked throughout that area. But a lot of these doors were sealed because there's just no power in this a lot of the zone. That was from the sky bridge. The only way to get to that is to get back to the sky bridge, which I know the path to that. That's to get into the mess hall, second floor, which we now have shortcut to. Go up to the second floor, go all the way down this way. Hope that that door is still unlockable right here. It might not be. Um, you can go through. It might be through there. To be fair, actually, to get there. Then go through the sky bridge, and then see if power's been restored. But judging by these doors, still say that. I wonder if they even got power back. And where were we supposed to get power from? Right, weren't we supposed to be heading down the L1 originally? Well, I guess that's where we are now. That's how we got out, right? Yeah. So it's something that happened here on L2. And what's L3? I sworn there was a voice door here. L4. Did I open that? See, there's a lot of computers in there, so I assume I did. Oh, I know what one that one is. Yes, I did get that one. So that heads down into operations. Yeah, 'cause that's the catwalk. Okay. Okay. So I don't think there's anything up there we need. There it is, facility power. How do we get into that? That's still locked? So that's how we would probably change power to, I assume. Something tells me, something just tells me we might not be as deep as I thought towards the end, but we'll see. Depends on maybe if it's based on ending or not, or based on what I've done. I learned something interesting about the UNSC Navy post Covenant War. Did you know they slapped a massive Spartan? I love that. That's Star Trek levels of ingenuity. Of oh my goodness, you've reached another level of oh man, good for them. That's hilarious. That's that's awesome. It's like, sir, we don't have an infinite resource of metal to be able to keep creating the rods for the Mac cannons. What do we do? Put a Spartan laser on it. That's actually not a bad idea. Only thing I guess you could argue is that actually would have probably not been as effective against the Covenant shields as much as the rods were, but still. But since this is post-war, this would mean that probably since the Covenant have partially, especially the elite side of the Covenant, have worked with the UNSC at this point somewhat. It means the UNSC now has Covenant technology. So this means that technically maybe the laser could be overcharged enough to break through a Covenant shield. So they've gotten tired of dealing with Covenant shields, so they made something to punch holes in them. Yeah, yeah, it's like, well, I still think the laser would be affected by the shield more, but if you have an energy source to power up the laser strong enough to hurt the shield enough, then it's still technically overall more efficient than having to have the resources constantly to have the ammo for these massive cannons that fire magnetized rails at things. Essentially, this is just the best way to explain it because they literally are rail guns. But so I do think so. I do think that I do think that's more efficient if they can get the internet. I mean, once again, since this is post-war, they would understand the technology the Covenant had more and have more access to also Forerunner stuff they've captured by this point, all kinds of stuff. So they probably would be able to technically, hypothetically, produce a power source or system in a frigate to be able to like charge that thing to whatever. Basically, maybe not Death Star levels, but at least Star Trek equivalent, I bet. Which phasers in Star Trek really hurt shields if you're really good with if they're overcharged. So it shoots, and that's another thing. It will shoot faster because once again, no ammo. It's just energy. All it is the max energy consumption and what you can produce energy wise. In most energy weapons, your limit is always just your generator or your power source more than anything else. Everything else is kind of sky's the limit depending on the power source. This is why, as batteries and energy sources in real life get smaller and smaller, we're starting to see more like prototype kind of like energy based kind of like projects and things like that, and lasers, and things like that. They're not like perfect or efficient quite yet. But like I said, the limit is not the laser itself. The limit is the power source. So once it becomes efficient enough to be able to do that, well, then it's just, oh, look, a laser. Soon, security branches of like top secret facilities will be lined with laser security hallways, and not the kind that set an alarm off. The kind you know what I'm referencing. The kind that Wesker would be proud. Let's see. You see the one in Halo Infinite shoot like 5 times. I saw that. But like I said, it does make sense. It is the if you can get the power source, it's the natural way to kind of go that way because once again, it's less use of hard-made resources that can technically run out. With an energy source, as long as it's able to sustain it, that doesn't run out. And but the metal and whatever they have to do to put into the tungsten rounds or whatever rounds they're using in these big boy ship-sized Mac cannons in that universe, that's a lot of probably like harvesting of like meteors and stuff. You have to like maintain. You'd have to have a Wayland Mining Corporation level of kind of maintenance to keep that afloat, especially whole fleets. It's like yeah, it's not a sustainable model at the end of the day. So you could argue that this kind of helped them the fact that this all happened because it upgraded their ability to be able to sustain in space. Wayland, once again, Wayland would be proud. But all right, I'm giving everyone a chance to join up while we sit here. It's been 14 minutes already. Holy crud, time flies. Never mind. I guess we're going to the ship. Let's go ahead and go see what happens. I'm curious if we do end up ending too soon, and somehow this ends up to be exactly one of the endings. We might go ahead and start our next run now, just to keep in the flow. Which we've got to vote on something I want to get everyone's opinion on for our final little small purchase of the month for Halloween. Because we got to decide what it's going to be. I went the wrong way. I'm kind of lost today. Um, there's something that's on like a super sale that's super cheap. And I got to plug my controller in after we find another safe zone. Hopefully it doesn't die before then. Why'd I take this out? Sometimes. Sometimes. I question even myself. For good reason, but it's still. Alright, well, why is that box of hugs not open? We're not opening it. I don't care. There's nothing in it. Oh, what? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. That can't come with us. I am a dum-dum. Alright, where's the ship? We need to put this back in the ship. Let's go on over here to the ship. Then we'll go and get the other one because I forgot I was supposed to leave this in the save point for safe access. Let's come back for it later. But now we're outside in the blizzard, carrying a power cell in my hand. It's going back over by where we need to take it, no matter what. So, you sit your butt right there. Luckily, I'm starting to kind of memorize this place a little bit too, which will help when we try to do a different setup of this. That's if we don't end up doing our other Halloween option I do have on the table. Uh-oh. I hear you. I know you're coming to ambush me. I hear you. I see you, actually. I saw you in that room. Let's see if I can avoid them. I'm gonna jump off. I don't care if it hurts a little bit. It's faster than climbing down. Alright. We're at the next point. Seal the door. Do I want to make a save? Yeah, I just hope that thing don't disappear. I'll be real mad if it does. I imagine there's a mechanic to keep it from doing that, but it's over where it needs to be. Now we need to get down. Let me check my map. I think we need to get downstairs to get in the garage from here. Yeah. I think it's downstairs. Yeah, not upstairs. Downstairs, right? Yes, downstairs. Okay. You're gonna try to head me off at the pass, huh? Oh, okay. That's at least a little more comforting.
Error code 78P. Avoid interference.
No.
Don't tell me no, Zulu. We're going down this ladder now. Not when I'm like curious about what can I go down to L1 from there? Or L2, whatever, whatever. Wow, this is really far down. Can I open this back up? It does not look like it. So there's nothing down here then. Because there's no way to get up to that from there. I was curious. I don't know why she said no then. It's like there's nothing down here, Zula. Calm down. We can't even get into where you don't want to go. It's just bad memories. You see, only a frigate has the larger cruisers and battleships still use max. Not because it'd be harder to put a larger generator for one that size. Although one could argue what they'll probably figure out eventually, well, who cares? Just have a bunch of smaller ones on it. And then they'll turn into Star Trek. Because they're probably going to realize at some point, instead of firing Mac cannons, they should be treating it. This is something we're going to realize about space, and I think real life humans will probably know this more than sci-fi humans will, because, you know, plot armor and stuff like that. How do I open this? you? I feel like I don't think I've read this one because this needed. Oh no, we did earlier. 200 mixed with. Yeah, okay, so we read this. This is just. We read it. Won't. See, that's not it. This doesn't control anything in here. I know they're gonna ambush me soon. Wait, then how do I get by? Did I come out the wrong side? Hold on, let's go around. I must have had to go that way. Did they seal some of the doors in here? Do I have to find another way in again? Are you kidding? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Go for this? Oh, I did save it, so if I'm gonna die, here's the die. There's nothing down here. Oh, well, there is something down here. Guys, don't do that, please. Could y'all not while I'm in the water? I really don't appreciate. Get off that wall. Where's the other one? I ain't playing around with you guys today. Where are you? Oh, I see you. Oh, you. Oh, I dodged you. Oh, shoot. Dang it. I had him. And then he got me with a clean, quick swipe. So where am I supposed to go? Wait a minute, I'm very confused now. This was my original shortcut, and did the airlock recycle or something? Like, I am extraordinarily lost right now. Maybe I have to somehow reroute power again? Like, normally you go down to here and you go around, but it looks like it was cut off. Hold on. Yeah. What? Oh, crap. Here we go again. I wonder if they every time you hear them make that noise, I should just be prepared to dodge in general. So we might have to reload a save until I figure this out. They definitely changed something, and I've got to figure out where. I've got to get over there. So this had to have been open then. Wait, is that door shattered? Wait. That's why. The airlock's been screwed. I went the wrong way. That's why we can't get in, because this side has been sealed because the airlock on that side is breached. Don't like that, because I'm pretty sure I closed that. It means we definitely went the wrong way and wasted a bunch of ammo right there. That's concerning. Oh, wrong way. Out here. We've got to go out and go in the normal way into the airlock. Where the box of hugs technically is. What is bad? I'll know that next time. Somehow the box of hugs has resealed itself. I don't like that. Who been doing that? Did Helen do that? I don't like that. It's even been reset like I've never done it. We ain't touching it. There ain't anything in it. If it could give me ammo, then sure. I'd waste some grenades for that. But not otherwise. Yeah, see? Airlock's been breached on this side. It's gotta be recycled, which means we gotta go up there. Anything hiding around here? Not that I see. Alright. I imagine this might also be Helen. This for some reason she opened up this door. Oh, perfect. Sadly, only one. We'll have to take one more hit though before I can use one to make it where I don't waste them. All right, let's cycle this out. Get ready to fight. Closed door. Start cycle. Yep. Uh-oh. Okay. It's up there somewhere. Let's move this way. This is where we need to go anyways, this way. Hi. It's over here.
Job A.
There it is.
986
Uh-oh.
completed.
Okay, get ready for fight though.
Why are the stiffs just now coming to work?
Unclear. Maybe we undid more than just the signal jammer back in that manager's office.
It's so hard to tell when to dodge. I don't know, for me my brain just for some reason just doesn't see it in time for this game. Hey, there we go. That's what I want to see. Get stacked back up after that fight. Nice. Could use a Heelys. You know, some heals would be nice. But power cell.
Holding this thing with bare hands?
Oh no.
Concern for your physical safety is encouraging.
Woo! Any oh hello. I'll take that. Any spare ammo in here left behind? Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh crap. Okay, they're getting a little aggressive. Dang it. Need ammo. 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 Ammo, 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 ammo. Give me the ammo. 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 Beautiful. Okay. Oh, not again. It's stuck, but I can't get in there because of the acid. I don't want to waste shots. Okay. So ironically, wait a minute, I'm getting turned around. Gotta go this way. The best way without having to start the cycle and draw more Xenos in is go around this way. Back up through here, back up through the stairs. Steady pace, steady pace, steady pace. This is why I should have left the other one out there, because then we could have just what I call daisy chained them all the way to the ship together. Be a little bit more of a hassle, but we would have got both at the same time. But this allows me to at least save. Having secured the second one. Okay. Alright, wow. Don't be too harsh on the UNSC. Not every day you fight an alien empire of zealots solely dedicated to your destruction. That's true. I mean, that's why I like the UNSC the most out of all the more marine kind of human-based factions in all the sci-fi worlds. Because if you think about what they survived, oh wait, we can't climb with these things, can we? Oh man. I see me. This is me remembering and realizing the game is forcing me to go certain ways. I see why they were put where they were put. It's to force you to fight. You see, I was smart there as a player, though. I should be able to just put my shotgun up and climb with one hand. She can't climb with one hand. She's 2 feet and one hand. I have no hands and 2 feet. Even I could probably figure out if I was desperate enough to bite the rail. So we're gonna be prepared to use some shotgun ammo. I'm gonna keep my pulse rifle ammo because we might need it more than the shotgun. Stay right there. Manual override, start cycle. Why did that not? Oh, there we go. That took a second. Yep, I figured. Sir, I already see you. I'm not even taking no chances. Get back. Alright, manual override, open door. I don't think I've become disacquainted with one of these facilities as much as this one is, besides Sevastopol. This one's slightly worse. At least with Amanda, you can avoid certain things and just not have to deal with it. I should probably make a save while we're out here. So let's go around and go to the save point over here. Also, I just realized how stupid that was. I could have went around that way. Steal that one. Nope. I hear something. You ain't coming in. Alright, save. Get us a save that's outside with both our power cells. Let me check my map real quick after that. So I assume the other one is over by the ship. Yep, so it stayed. Just gotta get this one over here. Alright. Let's go. To the ship. We're going out this way. It's closer. Uh-oh. I got turned around. There it is. I can see the other one. It's glowing little light blue highlight. How do we see that? She must be wearing one of those little things like Vasquez would wear with the smart gun. How would our eyes see that otherwise, unless we're synthetic? Which would be interesting. I hear you. Nope. Oh, I didn't mean to switch. You know what? That kind of worked, to be fair. Alright, so what do we do? Both the objects are here that we need. Nothing, I see nothing. Oh. Okay, just these two, huh? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't like this. I don't like that it's keeping my back turned like this. I don't like this.
What's next, Davis?
Ask Helen to hook us up to the facility mains. If she asks why, tell her you're not authorized to share.
She should be able to finalize. Okay, so where's that? That's inside. So Helen's waiting for us inside.
Ellen, we're gonna need a lot of juice.
What flavor?
For the ship. Can you connect this vessel's reactor inputs to the facility's electrical mains?
Oh? Why? There's already abundant energy in the capacitor rods. It's potentially hazardous to comply with your directive.
Sorry, not authorized to share my reasons. I just need you to do that for me.
Very well. I will connect the ship. I cannot, however, release power to a dangerous circuit. Only a human manager may do that from facility power management in ops.
She's
Ah!
already suspicious. We should do it her way.
All right. Thanks, Helen.
Please be careful out there. Work crews are seeing
Aliens. Yep.
a very large hostile life form. It has incapacitated 3 of my team already.
Oh? Where?
Outside the medical wing.
Far away from ops, then. We should hurry.
We'll stay frosty.
Our competition is nearby. That's great. That's good news. Thanks for letting me know, Helen. I actually am really appreciative that you let me know that, because that's deeply concerning. And what did I say? I knew we were gonna have to go back down to main power and ops. So I gotta figure out how to get back to the elevator. Let's go to our safety save. Cause I don't have no way of looking at the map out here safely. So let's get to a save. I could probably go in through main. Possibly. I'll have to look. At least this gives us a reason to go back through the facility fully now, like I kind of anticipated with the Something told me it wasn't gonna be that easy. Like I said, you see these marks on the wall. That ain't an average size Xeno. Just saying. So seal this off for a second. I figured this might end up being longer than I thought. That's why I started early. Okay, so let's see. Post-war, they were slowly getting better at energy weapons until Earth and a lot of colonies got EMP by the gun. Yeah, I've heard about that too. I'm sadly less connected on my Halo lore than I used to be, so a lot of the stuff that I hear about of what's going on in that universe is also side stuff because I haven't played other than up to Halo 4, I think it was, and I can't remember if we tried Infinite or if I tried Infinite or not. I think I had seen it but not really played it myself. Um, Sadly, I'm out of the loop on a lot of things that happen a lot of after certain events. Let's make a save. Then I'm gonna look at my map and see what the best route to where we're going is, because I know where it wants us to go. It wants us to go to that place that's locked up by that other audio log I wasn't sure if I got, which I did. Because that's the room with all the computers with different cords leading to them. So it wants me to go in through main. It's got the main door marked. It doesn't want me to take no back ways, which I don't think there is a back way to get to it anyways. Because the only thing that we could get to it from in garage would be the elevator, and the elevator's shot. I mean, maybe the one at the bottom, at the top of the stairs might get us in. But I think I'm gonna go, because we can't go through medical anyways. That would be going right into our competition's arms. So main it is. There's actually another save up there, which is nice. Okay. Hello. Make a save in main before we cycle it over. Alright. Let's do this.
Error code 40J. Remain calm.
Surprisingly, the oldest surviving UNSC ship was a modified colony ship with guns. I mean, that's what you sometimes have to do, is you take what you can get. I mean, people don't realize, like, Enterprise, or even though this is not exactly the same type of example, the Enterprise that Picard commands is actually technically more of a civilian vessel. It's actually supposed to be like a cruise vessel, where you're like kind of going around on a cruise and exploring the galaxy with your family and stuff. Basically a family vessel. So yeah, it wants me to go. Yeah, it's taking me to mess hall. Yeah, I figured it's the quickest way to get there. But there's also a slightly longer route than what I would have probably tried to take. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, you were that close, huh? Something sensitive today. You were that close. Come on. Take that. Just for extra measure, I might as well. Yep, I'm gonna need it. Oh, that's a problem. Well then, can we not? She senses I don't like this. We're starting to get a little raggedy on ammo. Alright, let's cycle over. We've got to head over to the mess hall anyway. Let's go ahead and cycle, then save. Frick. Ha! Man, it's really, really going at me now. Frick. I don't like the lack of ammo I'm seeing right now. Okay. So yeah, it wants us, I see what it wants us to get to the elevator. It seems weird that we're going this way instead of, see, once again, I think next time if we die, or the next time we do this, I want to try to do this completely the opposite and see how much it truly will let me go the way I want. Uh-oh. I dodged that, man. Shoot. Really could use some ammo. Oh, that's something, I guess. Ah, man. Uh-oh. I need to keep moving. Oh, shoot. What is this? I just need to open up a room. Dang it. We're getting hit so hard right now. Come on, I need some sort of supplies I left behind somewhere. Something I was too full at the time I needed. Come on. Okay, that's something. That's special ammo, I guess. Frick. Oh no. Are we constantly being hunted right now? Might be having to use grenades. Was I able to access? That's for the vital core heart implant. I'm gonna go through it so if anyone wants to pause it, they can read these. These are, I think, things, yeah, we did read these. The Neuralink, yeah, the Neuralink arm. Yeah, these are something weird. Those were all about the prosthetics. This is very bad. I got really sidetracked. We've got to get to the mess hall elevator on this end to our left. Did I leave anything out here from the fight? Okay, here's some pistol ammo. Max out on that at least. Oh yes, health, beautiful. Sorry, sir, you don't need it anymore. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, over this way. Wait, we can't get out that way, can we? Wait. So why would it? Oh, because I can go upstairs. We gotta go in here. So I was actually going the right way. I should just trust my instincts on how to get there instead of the map. It's this way. That's not accessible. Is that just... Oh, what? Hmm. Weird. That handle's pullable, but yet there's no power to that. I wonder if that has to do with where we're going. We can go that way. Hold on. Which way do I need to go? That's oh. Yeah, he says that's far away from medical wing. Yeah, medical wing is that way. Yeah, we still gotta go up one more. There wasn't no more stairs, right? Yeah. We have to go up to the elevator now. He's far from medical wing. I'm like, yeah, it's technically on the other side of mess hall right now on this floor. I wouldn't call that far away. Pretty sure that's within psychic, detection range. That's all I'll say. It's gonna. Wait, was there any bullets back here? I remember there was some stuff in the corner. I was just grenades. Eh. Safety controls. There's at least a save over here. Nothing I left in the lockers. Sad face. Oh man. Your past self took everything, apparently. They were desperate at throwing any ship into service. That makes sense. I mean, during a time of survival, it's kind of how, I mean, in a way, you could almost say that's what happened in some ships in World War II. Or World War One, not World War II, World War One. Like some more cruise liners back during that time kind of got turned into dreadnoughts. More like a semi-dreadnought. Yeah, so we gotta go above, so we've gotta go to L3. But now knowing how this game kind of plays, I would probably avoid using any of my other guns and just rely solely on pistol and learn how to dodge better in the beginning, just because this is where, now I see where the pulse rifle, wrong side, it's this side. Now I see where the pulse rifle, truly comes into play. Because this is the main section. Let me go check this room for maybe possible lucky resources. This is that room we got sprayed in by that. Still don't like what that might have implied. Uh-oh. I'm not in here, guys. Don't mind me. I'll just enjoy your time in hops. Of course I took everything. Couldn't be that simple. So out this door and to the right, don't draw attention to myself. We're gonna crouch walk so we don't draw the attention of the locals. Yeah, I like how this door is conveniently open now. Yeah, that's the room I think it was. Oh, look, hi guys.
Error code AR997.
Oh yeah, you opened it, didn't it?
Non-standard use requested. Manual override required.
Roger, roger.
Egregiously violating safety protocols is bound to set off some alarms.
I just assume everything will at this point.
And so do I. Good call there, Zula. There we go, there's some shotgun rounds, that's beautiful. This is fully loaded. I don't like not to have it fully clipped. We only have one shotgun round per that. So, pistol's gonna be our go-to right now. We're gonna have to rely on to try to conserve on ammo everywhere else. Let's skim this room down though before we activate anything. Like we want yeah, there we go. See. We want as much as we can get back. At least the game's pretty generous, at least understanding what you're about to get into. There's a free grenade. It seems to be, oh, there's a shortcut out that way, apparently. I wonder what that is. Free heals. Okay. Oh, yes. That's what I want to see. That put us back to basically max. Not quite, but close. Okay, they can come out right there. Good to know. This is the computer. Another free heal. So we get 2 heals in here. So we're allowed 2 dumb maneuvers on my house. So one there, one there. I'm gonna pick this book up and get out of my way so it's not in the way. So I don't grab the wrong thing. That's preemptive thinking in the games like this. Okay. Let's read messages first while it's safe. To maintenance from Kim McIsaac. Issue reported. The synthetic unit exhibited gaps in memory. With no signs of physical tampering, the unit was found in a restricted area, and upon questioning, it could not recall the reason for its unauthorized entry. No physical tampering for external interference was detected. Comments. It's another working stiff gone rogue, I guess. Seems like the unit just had a memory hiccup and wandered off. Conducted a full diagnostic and confirmed memory gaps. No tampering was found. In accordance with new security policies, the unit was decommissioned and I've sent the parts off to medical for salvage and further research. If there's anything else, you know where to find me. Okay. From Kim again. Issue reported. The synthetic unit sustained significant physical damage, characterized by massive claw marks. The source of damage remains unidentified. Comments. Well, this one was a bit of a mystery. The damage looked like it came from something with a really bad attitude. Think giant claws. Couldn't figure out what could have done this. So my best bet is a T-Rex. Took a swipe. A T-Rex took a swipe at it. Anyway, got it patched up and back in shape. Let me know if anything else pops up. Let me put something very clear to you if this was a normal reality. If I was a maintenance guy like that. If you knew you had to backtrack to this place later, you'd probably left some stuff behind. Well, I knew I'd have to backtrack some, but I didn't know it was going to be this much. It's full Castlevania, but I'll know that now. Resident Evil's kind of like that too, but I wasn't sure how much of that we would be doing. It does still seem to be pretty generous with what it's giving you, though. Just passing by right now. How's you been, Ardnot? Mine's been filled with summer fun. Send help. Well, I know what that means, but let me say something real quick about if you were a real person working in this maintenance department. So you heard the description he gave to the damage to the droid, right? He said it looked like a T-Rex swiped at this thing. I don't think if I said that out loud to myself, working out in the middle of nowhere of space in some facility I don't know, just for some money to try to survive, I don't think I'd like that. I think I'd be like, oh no, what in the world have I gotten myself into? Because I'd be like, what in the world could cause T-Rex sized claw marks on a human sized droid? And as a normal person, if you've never seen anything crazy outside of Earth, you would have to go, this doesn't seem normal. I've never seen anything like this on Earth. What is this? As they overload the reactor, the company can go straight to oblivion. Exactly. It's like at that point, you're like, I mean, of course, we live in a different world in real life, but of all the games I've played, Doom, Alien, everything, I'd immediately be trying to sabotage, like you said, and to just blow up the reactor of that facility. Even if I end up going up with it, whatever's in that facility needs to be dealt with right now. It just doesn't ever need to see the light of day. Because this should never be a normal sentence you're just okay with. So my best guess is a T-Rex took a swipe at it. One, there should be no T-Rexes anyways in space. So you should ask yourself alone, why is there a T-Rex on somewhere in this facility? And how is there a T-Rex somewhere in this facility? And then your further question should devolve into, wait, why would they put a T-Rex? There's no use in that. So now it gets even scarier. And what else would cause something the size of T-Rex sparks? Like I said, just immediate to destroy this facility mode. But we're gonna reroute power and power it back up.
Attention. Critical electrical fault detected at power substation B713. All human staff, clear surface operations area immediately.
Figures. What the hell was that?
An audible sound wave resembling that of the signal jammer. It resonates on the same frequencies as chitin.
Meaning?
Someone is trying to rile up the X-rays.
Uh-oh.
We need to get out of here before it draws the attention of the nearby nest.
Too late.
Return to the ship. What? Okay. I don't feel like it's gonna be that simple. I'm a little nervous now. Let's get out of here. Oh. Oh. They seem a bit upset. Oh shit. Shotgun. I forgot what floor it was. Take me back to L2 at least. Get me off that floor at least. Wait, above? What? 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 Squeeze me game? What do you mean? Above? Why is the objective to get the ship up here when I can get out from down where I was going? That's why I don't trust it. I feel like there must be multiple ways back. So where do you want me to go? What? What? I am very confused. I need to get to a safe room and do some observation. What? What? I'm gonna find my own way back. I'm going through where I was gonna go. I don't have long because I can hear them. I think the map is bugged. I wasn't paying attention when what David said when the power went all blue blurb. What about going to L1? Tell him what that sound is. Why is the objective up there near the mess hall? I need to go to the mess hall, don't I? So then I need to go to L2 and go through the mess hall. We're gonna try that. Okay, that's a problem. Great.
Planet. Planet.
Come on, acid, get out of the way. There's another one. Oh no. Oh, it's bad. Dang, Xenos be having some kind of union meeting. Never exactly. Ouch. Alright, I need to get to the mess hall. Where's the mess hall from here? It's this way, right? Mess hall F2. This way. I wish I could hear what he said. Part of me's like, maybe I should go out the Skybridge way. No, because I don't think we can actually get in that elevator now. Nah, something's gonna happen when we get back to the ship. Let's just go the way it wants me to go. No matter what ending we end up getting. That still got no power? Yeah, for some reason. Is that it? Yeah. Oh. Shit. That's not good. Rifle time. Is this the end? Go to the medical wing and remove the chest buster. I don't think I can. Well, we can try. Shit, I'm already on the wrong side. Hold on. I mean, we can try, but I don't think we can get down there. I mean, fine, hold on. This is your fault we died by this. Cycling back. We'll attempt it. I didn't save it anywhere, so if we die, we can try a different route. Meet the Destroyer of Davis. I have a feeling we're gonna meet her no matter what, but Something tells me we just ain't getting off the planet that easy. But if we die, it's your fault. We gotta get back through this. I gotta go back upstairs to the other end of the medical. Oh. I ain't gonna have no bullets to fight it by the time I get there. Oh, shit. How did you... I think we'll have to go in that way. No, didn't I unlock this? Let's just watch. I'm gonna get absolutely wrecked when I open this door. Nope. Seal the door behind me. Oh yeah, we have to go through the sky bridge. Is there any supplies in here by any chance? That might have left behind. Hey, look at that. At least we get a free heal. Oh, beautiful. Well, there's at least some supplies back here. Medical definitely had medical. Who knew? Who knew that medical would have medical things? More medical things. No bullets though. Guess that seems right. Makes sense. Why would there be bullets in medical? It'd be a terrible medical facility. Alright, here we go. Oh, what? Dude's like trying to keep me from my destination. Oh, it won't let me, I don't think. No! Oh, it won't. Uh-oh. Still alive? It won't let me. Oh no, there it is! Yes! I scared me for a second there. I thought it wouldn't let me. Oh, thank goodness. Come on. Come on. Shouldn't it be a less aggressive if you're carrying it? Well, I don't know. You must have fell asleep during the last part of this. Not if there's already competition. Because baby doesn't matter. It's the type of baby. I have a Praetorian or a future queen. But if the future queen has a future queen competition, I cannot believe it let me do that twice in a row. Is this dumb where I'm going? Yes, because I'm running straight towards the competition. But if there's a chance I can get a different ending and somehow remove this thing out of me now that power's maybe back on, then hey. Don't grab me when I open this door. We have to cycle over. I'm not making a save, we're just going. Because I don't want to take a chance of this not being the right way. We're just going. I wish you could make different saves. Oh, hi, bombs. I do need that. I don't know if I like that it just gave me free bombs right there. Doesn't seem as dark anymore, so I assume power's on. Open that just in case I need save. I'll run back to it. Oh, I'll take that. That's free pistol ammo at least. Reload that. That has no ammo in it. Let's not bother with that. Yeah, see, this still doesn't have power. See, I don't understand how you give this power. Didn't we do that in power relay? Maybe there's something in there I missed. It said there was like a critical subsystems error, so I mean, it seems we'd have to remove the error wherever that is. Okay, regular Xeno so far. I imagine that we were supposed to go towards the ship. Some things it seems changeable, some things it seems we're just supposed to go towards the, Oh, I dodged one of those. Oh, get back. Oh, come on. Ah. We're definitely reloading if this ain't the way, because this is a pointless endeavor. There's that locked door over there that never got unlocked. There's the locked doors over there. There's something that way. Hold on. Oh yeah, right. We can't get over here because of this. No. Might as well reload. We don't have a lot of pulse rifle ammo left. This is why I'm probably gonna reload if this ain't turns out not to be where we need to be. Oh shit. I'm not gonna save in there. Once again, I don't want to override our save and get stuck where we have less resources because I chased a ghost. Yes, block no matter what. I just think that this is definitely. Yes, see, hold on. Can I even call the elevator? Let's see. Sorry, I just got Alien 2 flashbacks in my brain. Wait a second. Oh, right, wait. There was an L1 on this we wanted to go to that we didn't get, right? Let's see if we can get to it. Because the elevator crashed last time. Right? Or did... Whoa! Don't like that! What's with the welcoming? crud! Oh shit. Oh no. What did I just walk into? Oh! No! Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. Why were there so many? Why were there so many? We're back in the garage? Frick off. Oh no. No, wait, the airlock's open. I can't get out from this side. No, that was pointless. Oh, let's just load. Let's just load. All of that was pointless. A xenomorph rave party, apparently. Load. That was pointless. We're gonna go load wherever we were. Holy crud. This is why I didn't save in those sections.
Electrical fault detected at power substation
Okay.
B713. All human staff.
Let me see what they
Clear
say.
surface operations area immediately.
Figures.
So we have to go out through the mess hall airlock.
What
That's the
hell
only
was
way
that?
out.
An audible sound wave
Alright, we need to
resembling
get
that of a
going.
signal jammer. It resonates on the same frequencies as chitin.
Meaning?
Someone is trying to rile up the X-rays. We need to get out of here before it draws the attention of the nearby nest.
Too late.
So yeah, no wasting ammo now, so get on the elevator quick, so we try don't have to waste ammo. L2, I can't remember which one it is. I'll have to look when we get there. It's either L2 or L1. I think I have to go L2, run down the stairs in the mess hall, go out the mess hall airlock, into the main airlock, out the main airlock, into the ship. That seems like the straightest line with as little problems as we can hold. I'm gonna go in here and shut this door and make sure this is where I want to be, so we don't waste ammo. Holy crud. Yeah, so this is it. So we go down the stairs and go out the mess airlock this way. So yeah, below. Perfect. Okay. It understands now. I fixed it. So that's our actual route. Yeah, because something has broken the subsystem. So my money's on the hive is somewhere inside the subsystems. And that's kind of like it was in Sevastopol, like it's somewhere on the power core, near the power core, so it's messing with things. Alright, let's go. Oh. No wasting time. We want to move as fast as we can. So we don't have to shoot but maybe once. So I can get to the airlock and cycle it and close it. Nope, they've seen me. They're gonna rush at me now. Come on. Come on. Stay ahead of them. At least we can get into that hallway we're already in. Yep. Close. Woo! A lot better on ammo that time. Okay. We're gonna make a save here. This should be where we gotta go. So now we just gotta get over there and cycle that airlock. So out, straight, all the way around in a straight path and down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Reminds me of that Five Nights at Freddy's song that was made by that YouTube channel. Okay. Alright. Party time. Yeah, see, they're already out here in the hallway, so there's no point wasting time. Our best bet is to sprint in short distances, let our stamina come back up, then move again, just in a straight line. Our destination's down the hallway. What's up, big guy? Cycles this side.
Error code 40J.
Nope. Cycle it. What's that sound? Alright, time to make another save. We're almost back at the ship. Okay, well, we ain't getting away with it right now, man. Ooh, sorry, big guy, that was big close for you. Sorry about that. Okay. To the ship. I'm telling you, I'm calling it now. We're gonna try to blow this thing in our...
I have serious concerns about what this may do to the reactor. For safety reasons, I'll have to ask you to stay outside the ship while I look into this.
Oh.
She's distracted. I need you to plug me into the Do not let Helen see what you're doing, or her preservation directives will kick in.
Oh no. Okay, I gotcha. If I can get the Xeno infestation to get away from me.
Well, here we are.
Yeah. You know I'm not much for mushy stuff.
Hold out and defend the ship until the sequence completes.
Really good work.
Singularly the most important thing ever to happen to me. Are you ready? Would you like a moment before we go?
Do it. Carver. It's me.
For us, it is done.
Warning. Runaway supercritical reaction detected. All personnel evacuate the area.
Remain close by. If anything disrupts this process, it will take some time.
Roger,
before we
roger.
try again.
Copy that, Davis.
Till the last stand, Davis! Ah, you blew up both of them! You dicks. I see you over there. Alright. no, no. Ah.
What the hell?
The engine's winding down. Someone must have figured us out.
No!
That's it. I'm gonna have to kill her.
Hold your fire. We might be able to salvage this.
Helen, dang you! Surely she had a good reason to stop us. Probably. Helen! I just fought for my life, Helen!
You're back.
Uh-oh.
Do you mind telling me what the hell is going on here?
Turn around,
I
Zulu.
don't entirely know myself. I am merely relieved.
No,
that I
Helen,
saved
that's
ship
the
from going
Wayland
crazy
program,
thanks to
no!
an update to my system. What luck.
Update. GES disabled any near-field updates. This is too convenient. Someone interrupted us.
No!
Helen.
I do not know who would require me to operate both the ship's reactor as well as the med pod, as I am not a surgical unit.
The med pod? Oh no.
Medpod? Is that the kind of thing that could remove a foreign body from someone?
Oh yes. Our Pauling MedPod X can safely extract anything from debris to living specimen samples. Are you in need of treatment?
No. There's no way in hell I'm wasting what little time I have left on an obvious distraction from...
Respectfully, Zula, accept this help. This is highly suspect, yes. But there is still a chance someone is attempting to
Maybe
help us.
Carver's alive.
We know we aren't GES's sole enemy.
Wow, it looks like
Come on,
Hadley's
Davis.
hope from this
We
distance.
can't
Wow.
risk letting a
There's
facility
the
where
reactor.
these monsters exist. Not to save Carver, and not to save me.
But if you think Zula Hendricks dying on this planet well before her time is a net positive in the war against the xenomorphs, then I have overestimated your tactical prowess.
Ooh,
Time has to pass
dang,
until we can
Davis.
overload the ship again. Zula, take the chance.
Fine. Helen, can you remove an alien from my chest?
Oh, that is certainly a qualifying medical emergency, Eunice. I will have my team prepare the emergency medical facilities for your arrival.
Oh boy.
They've already fixed the elevator access on the south side.
Oh.
The operating theater requires special clearance. Meet me in medical. We'll have everything ready for you.
I've marked our objective on your map. Let's get moving.
Oh boy. Roger, roger. Crew not expendable. Hey, look, bullets. Yes, sir. It rewarded me for that brilliant fight that I just did. Oh, thank you, game. Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. You didn't give me home health, though. Luckily, there is some back in medical that we can get again. Oh, no, there's some right there. Oh, my goodness. It knew. It knew. This is why I should have trusted my instincts. It knew that we weren't going to blow up the ship. Dang you, game. Head to medical. Okay, so... how does it want me to get there? Like... below. So I could go in through the garage elevator. Okay, so that would probably be the best access. I'm pretty sure the door on the outside of the garage is open. So we gotta go over to the garage. Okay, that way. And all of the boxes of hugs have returned, and we're not messing with any of them. Queen's hiding on your ship.
Distract us from setting off the ship. Why go through the trouble of helping me this much? Don't get me wrong. I'd love for this to be real. It's all just so convenient.
Yes.
Yeah.
So use it. This is undeniably odd. But we are out of other options by my estimation. If we're doomed anyway, at least this would buy us more time to find answers.
Just trying not to get my hopes up.
Well, at least we're no stranger to this place now. I've been in this place so many times just on my own exploring with stuff. At least I know kind of where everything is. We're gonna have to cycle the airlock to get to the elevator from this side, though. That's the only inconvenient thing. But it'll be better than going all the way around. Sure, we might have to fight a pack of Xenos, but I'm full up on pulse right now, so we can handle it. Still a shorter path overall, less resources. This will allow me to also explore medical start cycle. Get up. Yep, I knew it. You little goo. Yeah. Big boy fight. Woo! I knew that was gonna happen, but we're gonna go get more medicine from the med bay, so it was worth it. It's the quickest way around. Alright, now let's go this way. Oh, jeez.
Error code 78P. Avoid interference.
I hear another Xeno. Elevator. L2. Isn't everyone dead? Queen don't have any more bodies to make more Xenos. Yeah, eventually she would. This hive would run out of Xenos eventually. Especially since I'm carrying, besides the competition, I'm carrying the only one.
01B moved.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is this room up here unlocked now? Oh. Okay. Oh. Did we have access? Uh-oh. It'll find a way in here. Don't worry. Up there. Or not? Okay.
Must be a terminal nearby that unlocks this.
There's a terminal right there. Is that the only terminal in here? Thought so. There's two of them. Whoa. I don't like how heavy they're getting with us now. It's getting hard to maintain ammo on a large scale. Alright, unlock. There is no messages in that thing. Whatever it was, it unlocked both of them. So let's open them up. I gave some ammo back for that fight at least. More shotgun ammo, heal. More shotgun ammo, beautiful. Now we can finally load this thing back up. Back to pistol for now. Okay. Alright, that was both the lockers in here. There's nothing else in here then. Let's leave the door open so I know I've been in there. Oh, they killed my friend! Why did they kill? They're all of a sudden they are now. They are also now really don't like the synthetics all of a sudden. Like at all. Let's make a save. It's just a heal in here. Okay. Whew. Let me make sure I've checked this. I think I have. This is a admin access one. Oh, this is Carver's computer, right? Did I read this? Hold on. I'm pleased to inform you that the modifications to the medical wing have been successful, completed in line with Phase 2's roadmap. While this area may not match the high security measures of the lower labs, it is still equipped with stringent clearance protocols. It should serve well for showcasing any research to shareholders. As per your request, additionally, the Pauling MedPod X has been updated with an extraction sub. Oh, we did read this. This is about the alien extraction inside MedPod X, which is where we're headed. Okay. Unless she pulls a Xenomorph Red Queen and 3D print full-grown Xenos like hotcakes, no. Yeah, most likely she will run out. But I don't think there's a queen here. I actually think that we're coming to this facility. So even this is gonna sound a little confusing, but even though Sevastopol has already happened, I think this facility is the one that sent the queen to Sevastopol. Because there's a shipment manifest we found stating a large specimen was transferred to Sevastopol from this facility. So I'm assuming the reason why we're competing with our competition is me and her are the only two queens left. And the reason why I say I'm a queen is because I'm carrying a Praetorian, which can evolve into a queen. But that means that the other Praetorian here on the planet can't turn into a queen until I'm dead. So
Looks
that's
like the
why they're
power's
trying to
back on.
kill me now.
Helen must be here already.
Davis, this med pod thing, it might not.
It will work.
Right.
Oh, that's a new
Okay.
access. We don't have that. Triangle access. We're gonna have to wait for that, so don't mess with that door. This door has no power still. At least now we have... Yeah, look at this. Triangle access. Yeah, she said that there needs to be special access. Helen's gonna get killed, isn't she? There's Helen. I just kind of want to explore for a second. I didn't get to look at the med bay when it had no power. Yeah, they're all triangle accesses. Okay. So we have to talk to Helen. Well, this is definitely giving me huge isolate. Okay, can't talk to her here. Definitely giving me more. Of course, by the way, we're back in the med bay, chat. Our favorite place. The med bay is the worst place in all of this game's existence.
Hello? Don't shoot, please.
Hey, Helen.
All right. What do you need me to do?
I have prepared your new PDT keycard clearance
Oh.
ahead of time. All you will need to do for that is insert it into the terminal. After that is completed, we can get you all strapped in and ready for surgery.
Okay.
My own cautious optimism aside, it would be wise to ensure we have all our affairs in order before starting the process. I know we're tight on time, but we might not get another chance to investigate this place or prepare.
Oh, that means...
This is a trap.
Oh,
Leave it here to
yeah.
share my
So,
concerns.
okay.
Let's get this done.
That's not good. Is it this? This? From to medical. Now we didn't read these because there was no power here. To medical from Ryan Caddy. Name: Officer Marcus Allen. Age 32. Occupation: Security Officer. Incident date: 14 August 2145. Incident details: Officer Marcus Allen was fatally injured in a firearm mishandling incident during a routine security sweep. The officer sustained multiple gunshot wounds leading to his death. Cause of death: fatal injuries from gunshot wounds resulting in severe bleeding and trauma. Oh, wow. Unlock whatever that is. Oh, yes. I don't like that, but yes. Oh, it opened up both. Okay, free heals. So let's get triangle clearance. Do I need to activate the reader first? PDT card. PDKT, okay, grant. Authorization complete. We now have triangle authorization.
Unauthorized
Oh.
platform detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Eunice, don't panic. There is a protocol for this, so it must be normal.
This virus is gonna bring them right to us. Do something.
Sadly, I can't override the protocol. The only way to shut it down is to clear the area.
Roger, roger! Lovely. Eunice? I mean, Helen, is it clear? Doesn't sound like it. Clear, Helen? I hate that you can't do anything, because I know why you can't do anything, but it would be so easy for droids to deal with this problem, but the problem is the droids are causing the problem because of their overlord father AI. Ah. Ay, ay, ay. Asset storage?
Your hesitance at the idea of undergoing a medical procedure here only seems more prudent the more we look around.
Being cynical in situations like these tends to pay off, but you also made good points. Still worth trying.
I'll be with you every step of the way.
Okay, yeah, good. So it wants me to look around. We're
Let's
gonna
get
look
the
around.
machine online.
Shh, 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 shh. Davis, we will. Right now, my top priority, items. I'm about to get attacked probably by the worst thing possible.
Unauthorized life form detected in
Again?
quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Again. You think he couldn't give me a break? You. Shit.
Lockdown suspended.
Woo! Come on! You dumb little things! Hey! I knew Med Bay was gonna be a nightmare. Oh, it is? Oh, this, okay, don't need that open. There's no power. I dare open this. Can't go in there.
Let's get the machine online.
Oh, this is it? Oh. This doesn't look safe. Just does not look above board. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? This is an ultrasound machine. Okay, there we go. I'll take that. I'm leaving all these doors open so I know where I've been. More.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine.
Okay, here we go again.
Initiating lockdown. Lockdown suspended.
Oh. Man. Oh, what is this? We don't have much time for these. To medical from Amina Rabia. New name Officer Jenna Klein. Occupation BG Swift. Incident details redacted. Cause of death redacted. Okay. Oh, hi.
Can't fit it.
Unauthorized life form detected
Again.
in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
They can't come from that way. See, it's hard to tell without watching them. where they're actually attacking from. Come on. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going this way. Forget. I don't like this place. I don't like when the game does something like that. See, that gets boring and really tedious and annoying after a while in a game like this. Just attacking the player
If
monotonously.
you head inside the operating room, we can get you secure for surgery.
Yeah, I will eventually. Just give me time. That's something I've never been a fan of in games, doing that. Is consistently attacking the player infinitely, not giving them a break. Especially when you have limited ammo. Okay, now I gotta find out what doors I haven't opened. Oh! That's locked from that side. Waiting room.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
More pistol ammo to fight off all the infinite incoming friends. Alright.
Lockdown suspended.
Okay, just the one, huh? Okay, lots of heals. More bullets. More heals. There's a lot of heals in here at least. More messages and lore to read. Patient named Susan Rogers, chief complaints, insomnia and anxiety. History of high stress related to work and personal life. Previous diagnosis of depression managed with antidepressants. Recent significant changes in workload and job responsibilities. Prescriptions, Somnexia, 10 milligram. Nightly serotrinol, 300 milligram, twice daily. Counseling referral, Dr. Greg Warner. That must be the lady who lost her husband. Name Dr. Emily Hargrave, age 37. Hold on.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area.
Yeah, see, this is
Initiating
annoying.
lockdown.
See, like I said, this I think is a little silly. Especially when it's so hard to avoid being damaged. Oh my goodness.
Lockdown suspended.
Thank goodness there's a buttload of health in this room. Ay. I think that when you're in these, it should not be able to attack you. If this is what it was like in the VR mode, it's no wonder everyone played it on easy. Because that's all I ever see even streamers play this game on. I like the difficulty, but I don't like how stressful it is when you're trying to get everything on the side stuff. Especially when you like to explore. Alright, occupation medical researcher. Date of autopsy, July 29th, 2146. Summary of findings. Severe trauma noted. Extensive damage to soft tissues and underlying structures. Most notably, a gaping wound was left in the chest of the deceased. I wonder what caused that. But there was no matching exit wound on the patient's back of the injury of that size. Conclusion. Cause of death, fatal injuries due to severe trauma, including multiple puncture wounds, lacerations, and internal bleeding. The extensive nature of the injuries is consistent with an attack involving extreme force and multiple impact points. Note, due to the severity of the injuries and circumstances surrounding the incident, no further details regarding nature, attack, and specific contributing to injuries is provided.
Initiating lockdown.
You absolute dick. Who wants it? Get out of my face. You too.
Lockdown suspended.
Ay, 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 ay. That is annoying. Clearly, it was a bad burrito that got him. Yeah, clearly. That's a nasty burrito. That's all I'll say. Okay, it looks like everything else we can't get through right now. For whatever reason, that doesn't have power over there. So let's head towards the back where she wants us to go. That's blocked. That's blocked from the other side anyways. So we have to go from over here. I'm about to get attacked any moment now. I know, I can sense it. Told you.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine
Man.
area. Initiating
Don't you hate
lockdown.
it when you're right? That's MedPod. Looks to be locked anyways. Oh, that's absolutely fair.
Lockdown
That's absolutely
suspended.
fair. Oh, that's MedPod. Let's go this way first. Oh, they're the same. Oh, but this one's blocked. Okay, well, let's at least like scan MedPod and see what's in the room. Oh, man. I guess let's seal it. Yeah, I can open that back up, okay. So I just want to seal it so I don't have to deal with them coming in from multiple angles, just the ceiling. Okay, lots of bombs. Good sign. Free heals, good, let's get one. Free heal there as well. Okay, so there's a lot of heals in this room.
Still stuck.
Oh. Oh, and an uncomfortable amount of ammo too.
Huh. Welded shut.
Oh.
Unauthorized life form
Okay.
detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Again. You can even attack me in here, huh? There? Yeah. Swear, man.
Lockdown suspended.
At least I didn't get hurt that time. Oh, yeah. Okay. Classified, huh? Wonder what's in there. That's how you probably start out the machine, I assume? This doesn't look like MedPod. Oh, it's in here, I assume? Oh, MedPod suite is in here. Oh, but it needs power. So we definitely need to access this computer. Let's do that now. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay. Okay.
This is all really happening.
We might actually get that thing out of you yet.
Let's do this.
a nearby terminal in order to proceed.
Oh, but we need a what's it
Unauthorized
called?
life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown. Lockdown suspended.
Oh man, okay. And once again, an uncomfortable amount of bombs. Like an absolute uncomfortable amount of bombs. Okay. And all of our ammo back. Oh. 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 We should go save. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to unseal that, whatever that is. Oh, there's more here. Okay.
Unauthorized life form detected
Where are
in
you?
quarantine area. Initiating lockdown. Lockdown suspended.
Okay. There were some lockers I just saw in here and we missed over here. We need to get all of these open. Yeah, okay, now we have buttloads of pistol ammo. We need to switch that. We need to go back and save. I need to find the exit out of here again. Where's this? This is the other door. We need to unseal this. This is a shortcut. This will also allow me, if there's going to be a big boy boss battle in here, I can kind of kite around the medical facility in a circle. I can DBD. I can use my DBD strats. Okay. Med bay has been unsealed and explored. Let's go check this side real quick. We need all these doors we've done already open. Except that one. We can't get to that one. This door is already open, right? Uh-oh.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Sadly, I think I have to kill them, don't I? Will they go away eventually? Let's see if they go away before I save it. If the lockdown will go away if I just hide in here. Well, I can see why you didn't get into KCD1 because that game punishes you for being slow on objectives. Well, that's because that's real life. That game rushes you because you have to play it on a real life expectancy, but there are certain games that works. I actually think KCD1 would be easier for me to learn once I learn the mechanics than this would. This is just the game trying to make it stressful on the player by force-feeding fights. But I think that to me is less entertaining than actually making the fear kind of build up. Like, I think it would be better to make this area calmer and scare the absolute crap out of the player once the big threat shows up out of nowhere. Like, I actually think that that would be a much scarier and much more effective way of kind of handling this part. And there's nothing we can do up here, right? I want to get into this side of the facility, but something tells me we're not going to be allowed to until something happens in this next segment. Stressed instincts, let's add the objective now. Let's figure out what we gotta do back here at the objective. I didn't get to finish reading that computer, but I wanted to save all that ammo and stuff we've collected.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Of course. There's plenty of pistol ammo in there, so we're pistoling it up again.
Lockdown suspended.
Alright, we're back. I know there's a ton of pistol ammo hiding around. There we go. Allow us to basically use that. So let's find that computer we were looking at. Did we get to access this one? What's in this one? This MedPod control terminal. Okay, hold on. So that's the main computer, but there was another one we saw somewhere around here. Is it this one? Oh, that was lockdown, right? That's the lockdown overrides. It's funny it doesn't even show that computer yet. So that's the one we're supposed to access. Uh-oh. We've got company again. And here seems to be the best bet.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
So we've got to activate something there, right there. Oh. Just in case he decides to jump. Oh, nice. Nailed him.
Lockdown suspended.
Nailed him. Bullets. Yes. I don't want to waste that. Okay, let's activate the diagnostics. Because I like to check out a game. I think the best part of a game is kind of the exploration, especially power failure.
Power didn't stay fixed too long.
The facility is struggling. We'll need to reroute it from somewhere else.
Such as?
Let's look around.
Okay. And that's missing a core thingy. What do you want me to look at? Great. We're gonna get attacked not knowing where in the world we're going.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
I need to unseal that so we have access that way too. Alright, where are you?
Lockdown suspended.
I'll look for a room that still has power and see if I can redirect it.
What room we want? This one, huh? Ah, that room. The room we could never get into before. Okay. Medical storage. Close that for a second. Ah, hello. Not this time! Try to play with me.
No space.
Freaking get out of my way, spider.
We need to locate a way to reroute power to the med pod.
Not this time. Oh, hi. Okay, that's weird. Well, there's the way to reroute power to the medbot. Wait, question. Hold on. Is that my only place to reroute that? Is there only one destination to that? There is. This one's ruined anyways.
We need to locate a way to reroute power to the med pod.
Power rerouted.
There we go.
Stasis systems disabled.
Oh, shit. Excuse my language, but that's not good. Uh-oh. That might have been a problem. Did I just cut the power from this whole place? Oh, shit. Great stuff! Why is that song different?
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Watch out, unit. It's happening again.
Yeah!
We don't have time for this.
You know what? Rather get rid of you guys now while I'm still infected. Because now I don't have to worry about you, like, giving me another one. Can I shoot these? Wait, can we even get out? How are we gonna get out? Oh, shit. I need to heal. Oh, there he is. Solid? Nope. Okay. Oh no.
Lockdown suspended.
Oh, there's another one.
Where did you learn to shoot like that?
The power is back. We should head over.
Woo! Oh, that was a mini boss battle. Oh! Holy crap! Wow! That's that was a little bit much. Oh, grab the extra bomb. Oh,
Got
look.
enough already.
Oh, should use my bows rifle. Ouchies. Oh, look, a locker. Oh, hey. I'll take that. Thanks. Out we go. Is this open now? No? So nothing changed there. Where did Helen go? Okay. Oh, wait, I should save it. Wait, save's on this end. Run, 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 run.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine
darn it.
area. Initiating lockdown.
Whoa, what can possibly need to be stored in stasis? Hopefully they didn't leave a queen behind. Knowing Willing, they probably did. See if they'll go away naturally. I'm gonna sit here for a second. Take a small break. We're getting into the thick of it now. I really do feel like I missed something somewhere, and I don't know where. Like, I feel like I should have a flamethrower or something. Like, where's Carver's private quarters? I feel like I never found it. We're gonna have to kill them. Then we can save it.
Lockdown suspended.
Oh, is this you? Okay.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown. Lockdown suspended.
Lockdown suspended. I'll have to seal the door. It won't let you save unless you seal the door. Woo! We're out of pistol ammo. So we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to get some if there's any in the what's it called still. Why is this? This should stay open. So I know I got everything in here. Yeah. Alright, to the objective again. Pistol ammo. Pistol ammo. So still some in the center here. Yep. That's at least something.
Jesus, Helen, they should make you wear a bell.
I
Holy
see you were
crud,
able to
she's
get
right.
the med pod running.
Yes,
You
there
should
was.
be able to operate it from that terminal.
Oh no. No. Over here. I don't want Helen killed. Of course, they're coming in here now.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown. Lockdown suspended.
I'm just gonna do it because one shot's not gonna make much difference and then have to reload. Holy crud, okay. Boy, trying to be fast in this game is a pain in the boot. And this is on normal. I'd hate to see what hard is like on this game. I really would. So I've checked both sides for resources. Let's just initiate the thing. Holy crud. This game does it like stresses you out so much that you forget what you've done. Let's do it.
It appears a medical staffer attempted an authorized operation on themselves.
Oh.
That device does not appear to be configured for general surgical use. That seems to confirm our suspicion that this facility's true purpose was xenomorphic research. Which begs the question, to what end?
It looks set up for extraction. Which means a bunch of people needed to get these things out of them. For now, I just want to know what to do with the corpse over there.
Don't worry. Medpods usually contain a UV layer ablation system powerful enough to vaporize all organic matter inside.
Good. Let's trigger that.
The UV laser ablation system requires one purge canister.
Oh.
According to our shipment logs, there should be many nearby in imaging.
Oh, frick. Am I gonna have to make a choice?
You'll need to get a purge canister to clear out the device. Apologies for the inconvenience.
Of course. Yep, in that area up there, okay. I'm gonna open up operations door so we know who's been in there. Accessing. Alright, this one I'm gonna seal for now since we're in here exploring. As you know, they're gonna attack us soon.
You'll need to get a purge canister to clear out the device. Apologies for the inconvenience.
No, God, I'm aware, I can tell. Okay, there's pulse rifle ammo in here. Maybe we should pulse it up a little bit. Okay, plenty of heals. Which is concerning.
No space.
Lots of pulse rifle ammo. Finally.
You'll need to get a purge canister to clear out the device. Apologies for the inconvenience.
Okay. Move this way. Okay, plenty of health again. Yeah, there's health all over this room. Okay. Oh, is this the... This is the other door out. Let's go ahead and unseal this.
Got it.
Not gonna open that though, but that's now our shortcut back to the safe point in Med Bay.
You'll need to get a purge canister to clear out the device. Apologies for the inconvenience.
Helen, could you please not? I already know what I'm here for. I'm just kind of exploring, Helen. I'm making sure I get everything. Because we're about to have a bad day. Like this, right here. Exam rooms. Oh yeah, this is comforting. When you go into an exam room in a hospital and you see that, yeah, that's good. That makes you feel a lot better. Great, let's open up all these so I know I've been in here. There's a Xeno access room in here. More pulse rifle ammo. More health.
You'll need to get a purge canister to clear out the device. Apologies for the inconvenience.
Uh-huh. Why does that door have an X-ray imaging center? Scared me for a second. I'm like, what?
Gotta find a terminal if I want to open
Oh,
this.
okay. Here we go. New messages. To facilities from Ryan Caddy. I am writing to express my grave concerns regarding the recent plumbing work completed in the medical ring. The plumbing installation includes exposed pipes that are carrying highly volatile gases. This setup is extremely dangerous, as any damage or disruption could result in catastrophic explosions. I know BG Swift work orders are above my clearance, but they couldn't have possibly meant they wanted something this reckless. Please send a qualified team to inspect and rectify the situation without delay. Thank you for your immediate attention to this matter. We full up
Already
now.
full.
So we're full up on pistol ammo. So what that is? Yep, purge canister. I see it. Okay. Cleanest room in here other than the vent itself. Strange. Okay. I'm actually going to open this up now because I want all accesses open. Normally you don't want that, but in this case, we need to be able to move around. I feel like in this game, closing yourself off actually does hurt you more. You almost need to fight the Xenos on their own game.
The purge canister Helen requested.
Yep, actually, you know what? Let's make a save. Save's right here. Open this up too. All doors need to be open. Alright, let's make a save. This is about to be something big happening. And we just got all our ammo back again. Okay. That's why I opened that door. Alright, there's some decent pistol and pulse rifle ammo in this room, so we're gonna kind of go pistol first, pulse rifle like we do normal. Let's do it. Something gonna happen?
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Oh, that's bad.
Come on.
Oh, yep. Yeah, see, it's better to keep a line you can fight them in. So you can realign yourself every time you take one down. You'll use less health and items this way, it feels like. Come on, get on the ground. Now I'm gonna switch to pulse rifle. Yep. That's slightly a problem. Okay. Kind of surrounded here. I was gonna take a kill. That's fine though.
Lockdown suspended.
Woo!
Let's get that canister loaded.
Woo! Alright. Let's go grab that pulse rifle ammo that was over here. That's what it was for. Basically back up to full. I think there was some down here. I thought there was one. Oh, it's pistol ammo, but I'll take it. No, there was a pulse somewhere I saw. Ah.
Already full.
Beautiful. Okay, let's go get our canister. Alright. Is this the save room side? It is.
Please engage the purge procedure. I cannot perform a surgical operation in a contaminated medpod.
Obviously. Make save. Okay. Let's go. Wait, did I read this one, right? Sure. This is Carver's, right? Yeah. Keep thinking that's someone else's computers. Does tell me Carver's gotta be nearby somewhere as far as, like, room. Watch, it's gonna give us that special weapon at, like, the very end. It's gonna be for the boss battle and only the boss battle.
Please engage the purge procedure. I cannot perform a surgical operation in a contaminated medpod.
I'm on my way, I'm on my way.
Excellent work. Please insert the canister into the slot.
Roger, roger. Crap. Hurry up.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Excellent. Please initiate the purge via the switch next to the canister.
I will. Let me fight some Xenos first. I gotta get right in his face. Not that close, though. Ow. Well, I think there's a lot of heals in here. find one of those shields quick. Yep. Alright, she said next to the canister there should be a purge button. There it is.
Initiating purge sequence. Purge sequence complete.
Oh, the smell.
Oh yes, the UV lasers are quite powerful. The med pod is ready. Are you ready?
I still think this is a bad idea. How do I know you're not going to perform some sadistic experiment on me?
Because my most solemn tenet is the preservation of human life, and because we are friends, Eunice. You have always been kind to me.
I want to believe that.
Please, Zula. Let her help you.
Screw it. Let's do this.
Oh, I gotta go to the other side. For some reason she didn't open but one side. Convenient. At least I get to take my guns with me. Oh, this looks fun. Oh. Here we go! Oh, I have a feeling this is not gonna be great. Could you imagine the surgery that's required to do this? I mean, Ripley got lucky that she was technically a clone and asleep for most of this.
Do it.
I don't know if Zulu's gonna get this lucky.
Receiving general anesthesia.
No general. Only local.
But Eunice, this procedure will be tremendously painful.
I have to stay awake.
Understood.
Zula!
Initiating extraction.
Oh my goodness, Zula, no! Why, I feel like you'd pass out from the extreme pain.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine.
Oh no!
Helen, what's going on?
It appears the hostile life form that incapacitated my staff is making its way to our location.
She's not happy with this because she doesn't want this to be born.
Do not panic. We are nearly finished with extraction.
Oh, frick!
Why isn't it screeching?
Finalizing extraction. One moment, please.
Oh, yep. Helen, no! The competition!
Closure complete.
I'm sorry.
Helen! Well, we're in trouble. Oh, shit.
Are you okay?
I've been okay for quite some time now. When have I ever let that stop me?
Okay. Shit! Shit!
I've never seen an X-ray like that before.
Surgery couldn't have helped matters.
Purge system.
I already know what I want to do! Die! I am the superior queen!
Davis, this thing is relentless. I need a plan.
More firepower if we want to get to its armor.
No, crud!
I have an idea. The med pod purge sequence. The laser might be a good idea, but it will only fire while the chamber is sealed.
Rapid, copy that.
I did that. Do I gotta do it again? Oh shit. Are you not happy that I hurt the princess? I am not loaded like an idiot. That don't sound good. Okay. Is she dead? I already knew what I wanted me to do that. Shit the bit, shit the bridges moment. What are we doing? I guess we're just clearing them. Clear the room.
No lockdown suspended?
We won't be able to
She's
leave
not
if
dead.
lockdown is still active. I'll try to manually override it.
She's not
There's
dead.
a terminal that I can
That's
use.
why. The terminal near the med pod. Okay. Near the med pod. That terminal's fried! What terminal near the med pod? Oh, this way? Oh, this one. Oh, the back door. The classified door, right? Convenient.
Something is wrong. There are remote protocols in effect. Everything is locked down.
What's going on?
I don't know. There's conflicting information here. A door that isn't on the map. Other floors referenced. Hang on one moment.
Oh, no.
It won't let its guard down unless we stun it first.
Purge system disabled.
Okay, well, I mean...
Containment breach protocol enabled. Explosive gas lines are now active.
Oh. Okay. What do you want me to do with that?
Damn it! Some massive hole in the chest. It's
Huh!
blocking me from a clear shot. I need options.
System activated explosive gas lines.
Ah, stamina!
Yes, must be prepared for something like this.
She's injured, but so am I! What am I supposed to be doing again? What did he just say, chat? To stun it, is that this? Did that kill me too? What just happened? Was that supposed to happen?
I've never seen an X-ray like that before.
That surgery couldn't have helped matters. Keep your distance until we can form a plan.
What?
Medpod chamber secured. Purge system enabled.
Davis, this thing's relentless. I need a plan.
We need more firepower if we want to get through its armor.
Uh-oh. I think I broke something.
Medpod purge sequence. That laser might be effective, but it will only fire while...
Ah, shit. I need to reload. I think I broke it. I think I wasn't... I think it...
Medpod chamber unlocked.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The game is freaking out. I think I just did something really bad.
Never seen an X-ray like that before.
No!
Couldn't have helped matters.
No, 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 no. I think I just broke the game.
Medpod chamber secured. Purge
Oh,
system
no.
Davis, this thing's relentless. I need
Oh,
a
wait.
plan.
There she is now. What the
Firepower if
hell?
we want to get through its armor. I have an idea. The Medpod purge sequence. That laser might be effective, but it will only fire while the chamber is sealed.
Rapid and zapping. Copy that.
Now, Zula, lock the door.
Medpod chamber secured.
Okay, I fixed
Purge
it.
system enabled.
So we gotta do this over again.
Quickly, Zula. Start the purge.
Got it.
Okay.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine.
Okay.
Initiating lockdown.
Zula, incoming!
There's a heal in there too, and some pulse rifle ammo. Okay. We've got to fight the Xenos again. Come on.
No lockdown suspended?
We won't be able to leave if lockdown is still active. I'll try to manually override it. There should be a terminal that I can use.
Try this again. So I assume we have to shoot the pipes and get her to go past them and hurt them. These. I see them now. We need to heal up. Alright, here we go.
Something is wrong. There are remote protocols in effect. Everything is locked down.
What's going on?
I don't know. There's conflicting information here. A door that isn't on the map. Other floors referenced. Hang on one moment.
This is our first one. We need to get her with this one first.
Medpod chamber breached. Purge system
Come on,
disabled.
Come on!
Containment breach protocol enabled. Explosive gas lines are now active.
Oh, shit!
Oh shit.
Damn it! There's a massive hole in its chest. It's blocking me from a
I
clear
need
shot.
to learn to
I need
reload.
Victim activated explosive gas lines as soon as it broke out of the chamber. PS must have been prepared for something like this.
Come on. This is gonna be a harder one to get her to go past. I missed. There we go.
Come on, like that. You'll take it down.
Oh, Zula's stamina is so terrible, man. There we go. Woo! Good with the bad. Ah.
Stay down. Just stay down.
I
I'll
am
live.
the queen of the hive.
I'll actually live.
I am the queen of the hive.
Helen, I'm sorry I doubted you. Thank you.
Zula, eyes up. Someone noticed.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Carver?
B.
Can you hear me?
Carver?
Carver.
Hendricks, you actually showed up.
You're alive? I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. We're holding out, but we're cornered. Got no ammo and no eyes outside our position. Security systems flagged activity in medical. I had no idea it'd be you.
I'm here. I got you. Who's we? Where are you?
Me and a couple of the other survivors holed up outside cold storage in sub-basement 6. Got about 100 staff in cryo.
Sub-basement 6? My maps don't even have one.
You ain't seen
Part
the half of
2.
this place. There's a cargo elevator for classified use. It needs a voice print code. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Go there. I'll let you in.
No bloody way. Oh, it's an elevator. Oh no, is this where part 2, is this what part 2
I'm here.
means?
Hit the button.
Done.
Enable CT plus transport.
It's a
authorization Carver.
It's a fake.
to Alpha
That
Tango
was
219.
powered this whole time.
CT Plus?
Dr. Obvious Magnum Opus. Get your ass down here, Hendricks. We've got a lot of work to do.
Let me load up, Carver. And down we go. Express elevator to hell.
Do you think he could be our saboteur?
I don't know what he was doing here, but at least we still have a chance to find out.
After all of this, do you still trust him?
Doesn't matter. We're not getting off this rock anytime soon, and I don't intend to leave without seeing this all the way through. Now let's go get some answers.
I actually think that Chestbuster might have died. It looked like it was dead when we pulled it out. He's right, it wasn't screaming. I wonder if that's why. Oh. Yeah, this has got to be the end of part 1 going into part 2. Oh, man. It had to have been dead. Maybe that's why the Praetorian was birthed in. No, that's a synthetic. Guardian! Guardian! Get the cover! No! Yes! No way, I was right. We didn't get to see it, but that was the first sign of it. Oh no! Oh no! I'd have blasted it the moment I saw that rifle in its hand. No, man. Okay. Whoa. So here's the thing. I think Davis is right. I don't think that's Ben. Oh no. If this game actually touches on that and goes towards that, this will be a badass part 2. That was amazing. I now 100% believe a queen was in storage. Maybe that's why it stopped screaming too. Maybe when we deactivated stasis, a queen that was being kept in the below surface that was because he said Dr. Rabia's Magnus Opum, which is like her greatest creation, right? I have a bad feeling. Also, I love that trophy that popped. We're on an express elevator to hell. Which we were. Because now that I know what might be down there. Yeah, part 1 was easy. That Praetorian that might not have been. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Depending on where our load is, game, and how this or chat where this works, I want to load in and fight it one more time. I want to see something. Did it have a spine running down the center of its head? Like almost like a rigid saw-like spine? Please tell me it didn't. You see, the Praetorians stopped trying to gain control. Control the moment storage was depowered. I mean, it could have been, but I might be mistaking something. There is another Xeno that... Now, granted, once again, a hive has to reach a certain maturity rate for certain things to be born. I need to look at its crown again, because a Praetorian crown should be flat. Praetorians have a flat crest that spikes outwardly on the edges around the outer rim of it. However, if the crown is rigid and it has a central spine leading from the front door, part of the dome to the back center of the dome, that is not a normal Praetorian. That is technically something that shouldn't exist unless a hive has been at a certain maturity, which would confirm my suspicions. Which is even worse. Oh no. I have a feeling I know what Alien Isolation 2 is going to end up being, depending on what happens at the end of part 2. So let's talk about this, depending on what it shows here in a second. And we need to do that fight again, if it'll let me. Okay, just went back to the main menu. Load game. Slot that. It's going to take a second. It's going to have to go through the process, sadly, again, and all that, but... Aha, no! Okay.
I've seen an X-ray like that before.
That surgery couldn't have helped matters.
Come here.
Participants can form a plan.
Oh, frick.
Metapod chamber secured.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Purge system enabled.
We're gonna have to kill it to get a good look at it.
Davis, this thing is relentless. I need a plan.
We need more firepower if we want to get through its armor.
No.
I
Oh,
have an
no.
idea. The MedPod purge sequence.
Oh, no.
Laser might be our best chance.
Oh,
Fire
no.
while the chamber is sealed.
Happening. Got it.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Reload, because we're gonna have to fight the Xenos off again. Yep. Okay, that's loaded. Good. Let's use the shotgun on the bunch of Xenos. We'll use the pulse rifle on Big Girl. Let's... Oh, no. Ah, crap. I'm being a little bit sloppy, but that's okay. We have plenty of health. Oh, wow. Okay. Pulse rifle. Load it up on them.
No lockdown suspended?
I won't be able to leave if lockdown is still active. I'll try to manually
Wow,
override
it's
it.
still quite a lot of these guys. I like how it says that there's... I must have had 2 waves spawn on top of each other. Okay, just enough to kill her with. Now let's reload. Everything's reloaded. Beautiful, okay.
Something is wrong. There are remote protocols in effect. Everything is locked down.
Here we go.
What's going on?
I don't know. There's conflicting information here. A door that isn't on the map. Other floors referenced. Hang on one moment.
Come and get me, little hive guardian.
Containment breach protocol enabled. Explosive.
Ow, that did hurt, but hey, you know.
Keep up the pressure.
Damn it. Some mass voltage.
I blew myself up.
Blocking me from a clear shot. I need a...
Damn it. I got too overzealous. Any other, sometimes those things blow up instantly, sometimes they don't. Come on, let me get her to spawn back in. If I don't get her to spawn in, it glitches out. Ow. Oh, that was rude.
Medpod chamber secured. Purge
Dang it.
system enabled.
Davis, this thing is relentless. I need a plan.
We need more firepower if we want to get to its armor. I have an idea.
Got it.
Unauthorized life form detected in quarantine area. Initiating lockdown.
Incoming!
There's also one over here, it looks like. I wonder if there's one above the other door, too, like that. So I can get 2 free shots. There's more coming in from that way. There's actually quite a lot of pipes. You just gotta look for them.
Lockdown suspended?
I won't be able to leave if lockdown is still active. I'll try to manually override it. There should be a terminal that I can use.
Okay. Let's try not to super fail this time. We did a lot better that time in fighting. There is one right above the door.
Something is wrong. There are remote protocols in effect. Everything is locked down.
Okay.
What's going on?
I don't know. There's conflicting information here. A door that isn't on the map. Other floors referenced. Hang on one moment.
Medpod chamber breached. Purge system disabled.
Come on!
Containment breach.
What?
Explosive.
Alright, I got cheesed out of that one.
Active.
Okay, there we go.
Gotcha! Damn it! There's a massive hole in its chest, but it's blocking me from a clear shot. I need
System activated explosive gas lines as soon as it broke out of the chamber. GES must have been prepared for something like this.
Okay, well. Okay, that worked.
Coming from outside that should take it down.
Oh,
Stay down!
frick!
Stay down.
Are you alright?
I'll live. I'll actually live. Helen, I'm sorry I doubted you. Thank you.
Zula, eyes up. Someone noticed.
Hello?
It can't be.
Can you hear me?
Carver?
Carver.
Anderson, you actually showed
Talk
up.
about that in a minute. We're
You're
not gonna go
alive?
downstairs.
I'm
gonna look for a
can't
health pet.
believe it.
I can't believe it either. We're holding out, but we're cornered. Got no ammo and no eyes outside our
Go
position.
get the one that's
Security
next to the
systems, flag
computer.
activity, and medical. I had no idea it'd be you.
I'm here. I got you. Who's we? Where are you?
Me and a couple of the other survivors holed up outside cold storage in sub-basement 6. Got about
We're not
100
going
staff in
downstairs
cryo.
yet.
Sub-basement 6? My maps don't even have one.
You ain't seen the half of this place. There's a cargo elevator for classified use. It needs a voice print code. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Go there. I'll let you in.
Okay, so we have some things to talk about. We have a problem. we have a huge problem. That's a deception, is what that is. That's for if you don't. Now if you're not as obsessed with the xenomorph lore as I am. I haven't seen one of these since Alien Extinction. How are you alive? What are you? How did you get to exist? This place is a nightmare. How did they make one of you? Explains why you just rip and tear through things so fast. Your blades are probably way sharper than average. Jeez, man. So this thing has two names.
Let's find that elevator.
No, Dave, it's not getting on the elevator. I'm leaving. Get the ship ready. We're leaving. Frick that man downstairs, whatever this is downstairs. We're getting Amanda and we're blowing this planet to smithereens. For good measure. So, this thing has two names. Because there, up until now in most video game, and of course cinematic, because cinematic never made it that far. Yeah, up until Alien Earth and what it's been doing lately. I don't want to spoil too much, but there's been some mentions of certain things in that too. But, along with some other experiments and things that it's referencing. It's basically just opening the door and the floodgates for everything else to go flooding outwards, kind of like Marvel did. So once the hive, like I said, reaches a certain maturity, a level of queen is born that's not like the others. And since we did see the manifest that there was a queen, because I said a large container, and this wouldn't need a large, just be a medium container to send one of these off. A large container was sent to Sevastopol during the beginning process of this project. Meaning probably when this project reached a certain maturity, they started distributing it to different research facilities to spread it out and see how it worked. Basically probably testing to see how far she can communicate. So, that explains also why the thing in our chest looks so strange, and why the thing in our chest stopped. It just went inert. It's because it was not needed. The moment, Farseer is right about one thing. The moment we shut down stasis, we unlock something in the lower level that Rabia must have been keeping under helm and key. That Carver has been trying to fight against subconsciously for a while. Either that or Carver is that. I still have a hunch that the reason why we were goaded into doing all of this is that what Carver actually might be is trying to get us to manipulate it. Remember what I said, similar to a grave mind, is trying to get us to release it. Yeah, we have a huge infestation beneath our feet. So essentially, these dumbasses made a queen and queens here. Yes, they made one stage up. They're not to the, thank goodness it's not to the final stage, but if we don't stop it, if this place isn't erased, this place could potentially become a mother's den. This place has to be wiped from the face of existence. This is the worst facility we've come across yet. That is a bad sign, and that means we're going to run into more of those. That probably just made it to the surface somehow. Maybe this one wandered to the top, and that's how it got disconnected from the synapses down below in a certain range. Because what if this so-called Ben Carver on the radio says the facility beneath of us is probably massive, and we're talking like if it's got a whole hive down there, it would have to be like twice the size of the one on Sevastopol, which means there is a chance that stage 2 is taking place. I mean, that alone proves it, but yeah. So yeah, they're called Royal Guards is what they're called. I forgot to say that. Or Ravagers, back in Extinction. See, these things haven't been in a proper Alien game other than Extinction, because if you look at the Praetorian you fight in Fireteam Elite, her ridge is flat. Because she's going to become a queen. Because that stage is still that hive is immature and small. So it still needs a replacement mother to start growing. So, but when they get to this point, that's like an upgraded warrior. AKA a Ravager. It explains why it was being harsh to the synthetics too, because it's now seeing some certain parts of the synthetic system as a threat to it, so it's wiping them out. And my assumption is maybe we were
Okay,
supposed to
I'm
give
here.
birth to a sub-queen. So let's just end it again. Let's go back downstairs
Done.
and watch the
Enable
cutscene
CT
again.
plus transport.
But
Authorization Carver to Alpha Tango 219.
CT plus?
Dr. Obvious Magnum Opus. Get your ass down here, Hendricks. We've got a lot of work to do.
see, what was the point of getting? See, what is that? See, there's something we still don't know. I want to point something out when we're in Intel. You see how Carver has his, but then this has something too, and so does this? There's something we don't know. There must be secret. See, now I want to do this game again because I want to know. I want to tear this place apart and go bit by bit and like be very methodical about this place. Because the fact that we're missing 2 intels worries me. Let me do some reconnaissance of the map here. We can't get out of here anymore. We checked all these other rooms. That room was locked. We could never get into that crew quarters area. Something just... That we already unlocked. The door in the back didn't do anything. I do hate when you're not down there. It acts like you haven't opened those doors, but we have. Like that door, we know we've been in there. Because if that door wasn't open, we wouldn't see all that. We've been in there. It's where we are now. Something just don't feel right. As if there's something we never got. But there's no New Game Plus in this, and we've been in all of these rooms. Something tells me we need to do a speed run of this game. We might save this for as our Halloween special, depending on the vote I'm about to give. It might be too late to cast a vote. I hope everyone's still in chat. Like, I know it's me and you, Farsu. I just hope there's, like, Seeley's in the background, I hope, and I hope Tam King's in the background. Something just don't sit well with me. Why are there 2 question mark intels as if I never got something? You're still saved. They don't have an assault queen yet. I guess that's true. So, unless this facility is meant to fully connect back up to this one in part 2, I don't think there's really anywhere else. I mean, we can't get out, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Let me go. Oh, I can't go out that way. I like how it was trying to scratch its way out. Yeah, we're trapped in here, it looks like. And getting out of there. Like, there's no way to go back. That's why I said earlier, make sure you've done what you can now before we start the facility. I don't know where else we would have gone. We would have wasted so much ammo exploring everywhere. My only hope is to do a speed run and we like fine tooth comb our way through the second playthrough. Like, we don't leave an area until we know we've checked every single thing we can have access to. That way we're not double checking things on the way back through. We go to the places we know we just couldn't get in. Okay.
So he's alive. Do you think he could be our saboteur?
I don't know what he was doing here, but at least we still have a chance to find out.
After all of this, do you still trust him?
Doesn't matter. We're not getting off this rock anytime soon, and I don't intend to leave without seeing this all the way through. Now let's go get some answers.
Yeah.
Ben?
Oh, man. Sub-level 1 of 6. I know. That's what part 2 is going to be, but like, maybe that's what the question marks are, but why show them to you in part 1? I think there's some secret parts of this map we've yet to see, even in part 1. Like, there's something somewhere in the map that I didn't get to, that I overlooked and kind of forgot. Because otherwise, why is there so much intel and data missing? Sub-level, so 6 levels worth of hive growth, exactly. Oof. Yeah. I really wish it would, like, because also, why get all of Carver's messages? Why get all of Carver's messages? For me not to be able to have access to something that's Carver related. Every other one of those little voice activation things we collected all of unlocks some sort of door. So where was the door to Carver's place? I still can't wait for part 2. That's going to be amazing. I've actually even got my my queen of, actually this is a mother, hold on, is this a queen mother or is this a queen of queens? This is a queen of queens. This is stage 2 that's on my chest right now. On my shirt. You can hardly see it, it's kind of dark in here tonight, but I wore the right shirt. I didn't even intend that, by the way, chat. The fact that this is a Queen of Queens on my shirt right now. This is, I didn't mean that to be that accurate. Sometimes I swear I instinctually just know Xenomorph games. Amazing. You mean pain, shitting terror. Oh, that shitting terror, same thing. Yes, but that's amazing. I'm telling you, there's a Wayland bone in me, or David. Maybe I should say David. There's a David part of my brain somewhere in there. That's like. I'm so excited though. But I wonder if there's a secret ending if we get everything, right? Like maybe there's more to this cutscene. Like maybe we get to see ourselves dragged off deeper into the facility for round 2. Or maybe the droid gets shot and maybe Ben is semi on our side at the beginning. I have 2 assumptions about Ben. One of them's a spoiler, so I'm not gonna say that one. Either Ben is a part of the mind, that's all I'll say. Either Ben has been absorbed into the mind, the collective mind, or the cult has been born down in this facility. Remember that cult from the turn-based game? Which we need to go back to that. We have yet to finish that. Maybe that's what we should do next. Maybe we should pick up where we left off in our little RTS game. I'm trying to remember if I had to start over in that game or not, or if we did, or if we were doing okay. I can't remember where we were on that. Maybe that's what we should do for Halloween. Because that's also kind of touching on something similar. That one's touching on the the connection on what I'm kind of touching on, what Ben might be a part of, the collective mind. Remember the sergeant in charge of the ship inside the XCOM game that we were playing. Remember how he was somewhat connected to the hive and could somewhat sense them? That's also a part of that same pseudo sub project, which once again, if you know what the Queen of Queens starts to be able to do, that will lead to the mother. Yeah, it starts to get into Gravemind territories of things like she can communicate kind of pseudo in certain ways with humans and things like that. That's all I'll say. It's like our brains start to be able to pick up on their frequencies. You see, Reiko would empty his bowels, hearing that a Queen of Queens exists. Exactly. It's like, so I think that if we don't do a different horror game, today's my last day I can get this game, which is why I need to take a vote. So everyone in chat, sadly, I think everyone's fallen asleep again or starting to have gotten distracted. Let's see, Tam King, you still there? Tam King, Sealy. Sealy! I'm just trying to wake Sealy up over in the corner, sleeping with his book on his face. Sealy! Try to wake up the seals. Also, Tam King, you there? You still in chat? Ow, my neck. I must have slept wrong last night. That's gonna suck. See, this is what sucks about late night streams. It's hard to keep everyone in chat long enough for the end of get. I should just do votes at the beginning. I really should. Lesson learned. Okay. See, thing is, I'd have to have the vote by tomorrow, or I wouldn't be able to do it at all. At least not for that game, because it wouldn't be on sale anymore. Not till the beginning of the month. I have a feeling we're just have to resort to something we already have, which may end up being, yeah, Celia is out of it. Yeah, probably. Too much summer fun and studying at the same time. If that don't wake him up, he's asleep. Let's see. Yeah, I may have to take this vote later. So I guess I'll let you at least think about what else. So there's 2 things we can do for this coming up Halloween since we beat this sooner. I wouldn't mind at some point maybe doing a speed run of this, like all in one day. We start really early in the day and see how far we can make it. but also comb the area as much as we can to see if we missed any data pads this time. So, but there's the other thing I want. So, okay. So we can either go back to Alien. What is that game called? The one that's for the RTS XCOM. So we can either go back to the Alien XCOM game, pick up on that where we left off since we didn't get to really finish that, and that was actually starting to kick up as well, and I kind of got really distracted out of it. Or we can run a zoo. Now you're probably asking yourself, on Halloween? How is that scary to run a zoo on Halloween? Well, depends on the zoo. And it's like, so, never mind. Wait, what do you mean, never mind? What happened? I got a hold of Sealy on Discord. Tell him to get on here. Farcia dragged me here. Alright, Sealy, what should we do since we beat this kind of early? Should we go and finish off the other Alien game, our little RTS game, for the rest of this week, going in towards Halloween? Or should we run a zoo for Halloween? Beat? Wait, this game was that short? Yeah, it's only part 1. Did you miss it? You missed us fighting... Wow, you missed us fighting the Ravager. You missed us fighting the clear sign that something far more terrible is beneath the surface of that facility than anything we've gandered before. And now we're heading straight into it. Yeah, you missed the Royal Guard fight. Yes, exactly. Projects are not as more important as the Queen. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But, yeah, so this facility is definitely cursed. Completely cursed. But, that'll happen in part 2. But since we beat it, let's see, I'll replay it. What's the timestamp? Where are we now? Hold on. Let me go back to where I was actually fighting her the first time. I fought her twice, technically, because I wanted to check something to see if she was actually a Praetorian. Which I was right, it's not actually a Praetorian. So the timestamp is 1... No, hold on. Give me a second. I'm waiting for the surgery part. Because you gotta get the start the surgery in order to, hold on. Where the heck is it? Let's Farseer finds it before I do. It should be 2 hours and 40 minutes. I fought her twice in a row. Just to check it out. But I think the first one was might have been at the start of the surgery, I think, is at 1 hour and 18 minutes or something like that. Something like that. Alright, I kind of lost my thoughts for a second. What was the vote again, LOL? It's for, do we want, since we beat this so fast, since we kind of beat this already, and and the only thing we could do now is try to find secrets that we might have missed in this game. Do we go and try to finish the other Xenomorph game we never got to finish? The Alien XCOM strategy game that we didn't get to finish, where we were about to head into the deeper levels and experience terrible, terrible things. Absolutely terrible things. Let's see, Weird Zoo or Xenomorphs XCOM Hell. Yes. Yeah, it's like, do we want to deal with it's still just due to let you give you a hint of the zoo. This will be keeping in line of our parasite hive mind theme we've got going on right now for this Halloween. And see, I think my character nearly died 3 times to Xenos. She did! XCOM probability? That's good. It could help me in my statistic class. Oh, stochastic class. It said statistics. Stochastic class. I think you meant to say stochastic. I mean, if you want, we can do that. So it's basically XCOM Hill or Weird Sue. And you are right, Farseer. Your character is now like an MVP character for our squad. She has survived so many xenomorph incidents and lived to tell about it. I think she was even face hugged one time, and we ended. You've even ended up like Zula once. I think. I'm pretty sure your character's even undergone the same surgery Zula had to have. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive. I say XCOM Xeno Uma edition. It's the Xeno Uma edition. We do need to do some Uma this week. We do. But we can do that. I'll re-download it. What I'll do is I'll delete one of my other games for that. I'll probably play this in the background on my own and see if I can find those other files. It's too bad you can't load up like. Hold on. Oh, yes we can. Oh. Oh, good. So I can also load up and try to find stuff I didn't find. Interesting. I wonder how far back that goes. I wonder if there's a save all the way back before Davis got murked. So I could try to save it. But Xeno Gold Ship sounds awesome. I don't think anybody wants that. We all know that Orfevre would be the mother of the dead. If not their mother, technically Majero. Although McQueen does have Queen in her name. Wait, didn't you put Darius in the reject squad in that game? I think I did. Pretty sure I did. I think he's in the squad that goes in when I need furniture retrieved. Remember that one mission? Here, I need you to go get this recliner I left in the hive. It may or may not be in with one of the queen chambers. They're looking at me like. Like, yeah. I vote Xenomorph XCOM. Queen this, queen that. Exactly. Queen this and queen that. Exactly. But where is the princess? The princesses are the Praetorians when they're needed. Or in a mother's den, the queens are the princesses. Isn't that confusing? The queen is the mother is the queen, and the queens are the princesses. Yeah. Because at that level, queens are. When you get to mother den level, queens are, excuse my language, basic bitch level. Like you're at drone level comparatively to the mother of the den herself. It's crazy how many layers the hive begins to have. You get assault queens at that. Yeah, you get assault queens at that level. Basically, queens who become giant warrior ravager royal guards. It's nightmare fuel. Like we're talking the size of something that's basically the size of an excavator that's got blades as sharp as as like scalpels in a surgery room. But you know, they're like 12 inches. They're like a foot long. No, they're like 6 feet long blades. And then you know, tails that are like a scorpion strength and can go penetrate like tank armor. We're just not gonna talk about it. You see, an Arnold can solo these guys. Well, Queen's purely built for fighting. Yeah. Assault Queen's got dual tails. Oh yeah, that's right. They do have two. My bad. You're right. Oh my goodness. I want to see it though. As much as it pains me and means I know what terror I will have to deal with, and what pain this will occur on me in this type of game. I want to see a game go that far. A show. I mean, a show or a movie would be pretty cool, but I think in that case, a game would be more fun. Because then your objective would be to blow up the planet. Because you ain't getting rid of it unless you do that. You thought queens were big. You haven't seen what a queen looks like. And if you think a queen is big, remember, a mother's den eventually encompasses an entire planet. Keep that scale for you in the back of your mind. There's actually a scale you can look up on the internet that someone did of all the different xenotypes and their different life cycles they can have, with a human standing next to all of them to show you the scale. You don't want to know what that last one is. That's also what the Red Queen technically is. She's technically a queen mother, or a queen mother. But she's also different than most xenomorphs as well. But her picture is the one that uses for the comparison on the Queen Mother, because she's the only one that's lived long enough, other than the one that Waylon on purposely induced to be bigger in order to fight off the Red Queen. If you ever want to know where maybe that nickname might have somewhat come from. You see, the games always showed the basic units, huh? Yeah, the game, other than Alien Extinction, or Alien versus Predator Extinction, that little RTS game I got to play a brief moment of for you guys on emulator. Other than that game right there, there's been very few games that show off how big and how powerful a hive can actually get. And even Extinction only goes to Queen of Queens technically, because the way it works in one level of the campaign for the alien, for your main queen you're playing as, there's a point where you're actually commanding other queen hives around you in conjunction with you. Now, when I was a kid, I didn't know what that actually meant I had become, because I was too young. This is how I know it's the only game to actually show an example of this, at least physically. The only other example of this is books. So, but the closest game to ever show this physical example of at least the Queen of Queens, which is tier 2, on my shirt currently on the screen, was Alien Extinction. Because there's a campaign level towards the very end when you're winning the Alien campaign, that you're fighting the Predators and the Marines at the same time. And you end up basically having multiple queens. Now, they're controlled by AI, of course, and you only control your main queen and your hive, but they're attacking as much as you're attacking. And they're sending you different versions of xenomorphs to aid you. There's only one way that's happening now that I know what I know now. So now I got to know that I actually got to play a Queen of Queens in one of the games in my history. But Remember, there was one xenomorph queen that killed the xenomorph king and took his DNA and perfected it to make it more loyal to the hive. There is that book too. There's a bit of, I don't want to spoil too much. Alien Earth feels like the cinematic universe has used this show, Alien Earth, to open up all the books to be canon. Like they opened up all the books and all the things to basically opening the floodgates for making everything possible. This makes movie and IP projects and IP basically selling different products and creating different stories that are all canon but a part of the same universe kind of infinite now. Kind of like Marvel. That's why I keep making that joke. So Alien's solution to survival was to turn into Marvel. So, and of course the inclusion of Predator officially now, more than an unofficial stance that it had originally back in the older days. That's what Badlands is going to be doing next month, which I'm going to be go see. But it's like but my brain's going everywhere right now. But yeah, I want to see the Perfected King fight an Assault Queen to make it more loyal to. Yeah, it's like because technically the Xenomorph King was an aberration created because of Wayland. Wayland essentially. I forget what the experiment was started from, but it's always a reason for it with the craziness that the AI is producing. But essentially, it tried to produce a male version, almost like you could argue maybe it was David's AI trying to do what Wayland did with him and creating a son, right? So the scientists were basically given an experiment and orders on that facility. I forget the head scientist's name off the top of my head, to basically tamper with the genome of the Xenos, as they always do, but this time in a way that hadn't been done before. It was to attempt to change it, to give it almost a gender change in a way. Because they were predominantly female creatures, because of the egg laying and all that, I mean, you could say they're technically like frogs and can jump between male and female, but since there's no need for normal, excuse my language, sexual reproduction, like most biological creatures need, it doesn't need a male technically per se. It can do this on its own. But it does have eggs, and it does have, one would could say in a way, a womb. And this got further proven with Ripley's clone, when Ripley and the Queen in Alien Resurrection kind of got pseudo-cloned to each other, and that weird human hybrid thing was created. Which we're going to touch on that for this game when part 2 comes out, because I also have a hunch of something else that might be going on here too. Like I said, all of it seems to be tying all the way backwards to, and then coincidentally, like Tam King said last stream, there was rumors. Now it doesn't mean this is going to happen, but there was rumors Sigourney Weaver that she had been talking about. She received a script for a new Alien movie that was asking her to be in it. So, and if that takes place after Resurrection, that's deep within what happens, what's been touched on in Alien Earth. And what happened in and this would also create a perfect loop all the way back to Ridley Scott's creation. Because if you have the uncut edition of Alien Resurrection, where Ripley and I forget what's her name and the rest of the crew get to land on Earth after they suck the human hybrid out the window, they land on Earth, and Earth is not in good condition. Earth is pretty busted up. And if Alien Earth is an indication of what's starting to happen, that's a good way to tie it all the way back around. So maybe that's what the script is about. Now, this is all assumption on that one. That movie could just never happen right now. At least not yet. I have a feeling something like it is going to happen eventually, and it's just going to become inevitable at some point, just because the popularity of Alien is skyrocketing at a very surprising level. Like how well the movies have done lately, the show is done, the games are doing really well, and if Predator Badlands picks up its butt and gets its butt up off the pedestal as well with Badlands, then we might see a full resurgence from both sides, meaning a full Marvel birthing of this universe, which I would appreciate very greatly. And so, does that queen still have her king-size royal guard, or is he gone from her hive? That I'm not sure, because that would I'd only since I only got to read that book that had the king in it. Once, and it was in one of my games. It was actually it was a part of a special edition. It was a digital version of that comic book / book iteration of when the king was created and what happened to him and everything. I sadly don't remember the entire details of everything at the end of that book, but that was also during the time where a lot of special editions of old Alien games used to come with a ton of different lore and other books and comic books made by different companies. The biggest owner of a lot of what I've noticed, the Alien franchise, on the book side of things, if you ever want to get a good inclination of the universe properly in the books, Dark Horse. They also work pretty close hand with the owners of Alien now, which would have been Warner Brothers originally, but now also to wrap your mind around this, pretty sure Aliens is owned by Disney now, because I think Warner Brothers is pseudo owned by Disney, and if it's owned by Disney, that means Alien is owned by Disney. So just imagine a xenomorphic mouse standing in the shadows back there. But that is the truth. And it's but what's weird is how this series has somehow survived that. Yet Star Wars got eaten up alive. Weird, huh? How that happens. See, I find it funny that the king was able to solo all the Xenos in the hive but lost to a base. Well, that's because in the lore, from way it says, is the queen, the reason why the queen is stronger is he's still technically not fully a queen himself, right? In retrospect, he's basically a low-level royal guard. So she would technically still be physically stronger than him, which she does prove to him pretty quickly when it gets to that point in the comic book when he faces off against her. But that being said, there's so much for the lore of Alien and stuff going on. I'm very excited. I'm super excited for what's to come with it. I think this is gonna be a very good thing. By the way, we're probably gonna have to load a couple times when we play our Alien little XCOM game. I guarantee I'm gonna die on the first episode, just because we haven't played in so long. I'm gonna forget all the controls, and I'm gonna forget my efficiency. Because remember, we came up with an efficient strategy that we need to learn how to leapfrog. This is something I do remember instinctually, because I remember I taught myself this so I wouldn't have to deal with as much painfulness. We have to learn to leapfrog our turrets and to not leave turrets behind, because that was the armchair I sent Darius back for. That's why I sent my squad back into that same level, even though that we harvested majority of the resources on that level. It was because I had left a turret there. Don't ever leave your turrets behind. It's better to die and try again than to leave those things behind. So, she tired that bastard out and ripped him apart. Yeah, she did. Now, it does say something unusual about the xenomorph kind of genome, too. It does kind of argue and kind of, from a genetic standpoint alone, beg to differ to say maybe the male genome just doesn't work in their species to a certain extent. At least not fully. Now, what she made him into after she killed him, that was probably more efficient. Now, once again, I don't know what became of that thing after she changed it. After the queen put him into the hive and basically brought him in. Because she essentially ate him, I guess you could say. Because there's something I didn't realize until actually doing a little bit more learning about concept from Ridley and everything else I learned. Also, his original concept, which is what birthed what's the Red Queen in the books and the Queen Mother who makes Xenos out of just biomatter. His like Ridley's original thing where people were just turned directly into the eggs and the Xenos were just birthed out of them, biomass style. Um, Basically turning people into Xenos instead of face huggers. It was never originally meant to be those, but uh one could argue it's like it makes you wonder if that genetic in the way that works is that's kind of maybe why that doesn't play really into it, is because that the system and way the organism recreates itself infinitely can't function that way. But once again, after she remade him and absorbed him using that trick, because they can still eat the biomass and basically make it a part of him. So that means any facehuggers she lays after him, after she consumes him, almost like a spider. Once again, this part harkens back more to the spider origin of the story of the xenomorph, kind of into the lore. Is one could say that because she devoured him like a female spider does a male spider, the eggs that came afterwards had his genome in it, so basically created a new king. But this king wasn't exactly a male, more than just almost a super royal guard. Like a royal guard that was stronger and way more powerful and bigger than the others. So using the principle of what a male would do in normal biological life forms and animals, but changing it to be something different. For her sake, he better not grow to his full size knowing his strength. Plus, he wouldn't be insane anymore. That's true, too. Because that's the thing, too, is who knows what will happen as the genome evolves with that genetic in it. Because that's the only hive that would have that genome in it. That's another thing, right? Since he is a one-time off thing that happened on that facility, if that hive didn't die off in some way, that hive is the only hive that can, almost like in like your family genetics in real life. The only way you are going to spread your genes, like me, for instance, right? Since I have no brothers and sisters, sadly, in my life, it's just me. I'm an only child. This means the only way for me and my specific genetics to reach out into the world is I have to have children because I have no brothers and sisters. So the same goes for in this situation for a xenomorph's level of hive. That hive is the only one that has his spectrum inside of it now. So that hive would have to survive and expand out and become a mother den, and who knows what that might do to it getting to that level. I have a hypothetical that since it's a genetic alteration, that since genes work over time with RNA and DNA sequences and stuff like that, that maybe over time the male genome would take a place into the hive, and maybe that hive becomes more humanoid. It's a theory. I can't prove why that might be the case, only on rough scales that I have seen happen in other hypotheticals of sci-fi creatures. And also kind of using, once again, this is going to be a stupid reference, but it's the best point of reference I can give in an easy explanation, is Jurassic Park with the frogs again, right? Frogs are able to switch sexes back and forth from male to female to reproduce asexually. So, since the alien genome doesn't have male, or it didn't before, it would have no need to switch, but it has it now. So one could argue as the hive grows in intensity and strength, it might actually reproduce a new way of creating infinite biomass. Maybe even once again, dipping into a humanoid side, and then maybe male and female xenos come out of that. That could actually lead to Emma. Like, hypothetically, that hive has the highest potential to lead to a secondary empress. Because no one else can get to Emma, not even a mother. Like no matter how many people want to theorize it, Emma Shaw is a unique thing. Only Emma Shaw can only exist because David created her. The mothers and the queen of queens and all that, they're a direct like sub generation of that. But they could never go back to that, at least not in theory directly. But introducing a genetic like that, it's almost this is just me using my faith as an example. That's almost creating a xenomorphic Adam and Eve. And it's like, so you could argue that at some point, that could find a way to become something very much different and could create an actual species of Emmas and humanoid xenomorphic creatures, which at the end of the day, that actually might be what David wants. But for all of it. But who knows? You see, plus the Hive would never need an assault queen, but says something else would fill that role. It would probably be that. The white hybrid queen was just his queen died, yeah. So you could argue like if that happened in because that species you just mentioned is a species that's a pseudo creation between the predators, humans, and xenomorphs. But if that kind of sentience existed in that genetic amalgamation happening because of all the genes coming together in one place, then it's very likely that even the xenomorphs could have that happen over time, with a king being introduced into the hive's genetics eventually. Meaning the first one died, but because he was absorbed into the hive's biomass, he now is forever altered what the future of that hive will eventually be. Just with any hive. Like if they get wings permanently or things like that, that hive is now permanently going to produce flying xenos, which there is a hive like that on Earth eventually. That's probably going to see a reference to that, which we did see already a bug-like creature in the beginning of that was somewhat xenomorphic-like. I don't want to spoil it, but it shows it in the trailers as well if you pay attention. In the beginning of Alien Earth before the ship crashes on Earth. So I do think that ship was filled originally with because a certain droid says a lot of them got out, but he doesn't say where. And in a lot of the books on Earth, the Xenos lay dormant in the wildernesses for quite a while until the hives get big enough before people realize it was too late. Then that's when Earth starts to have to become its fight for life kind of. Living on Earth becomes as dangerous as living on any other Wayland world. So it took predators, humans, and xenomorphs all teaming up to beat them. Well, that's because in a way that's what those hybrids are. They're all three of the creatures combined into one genetic genome. You can thank the Suyat Jaw for that nightmare. The Suyat Jaw and Wayland's meddling are the reason why that nightmare was created. I actually think Badlands is going to be the beginning of this teaser towards that future. I don't know. I won't make any assumptions until I see Badlands. Because I want to see what this ultimate predator that they're fighting. I keep seeing glimpses of it, and it kind of looks like something. I don't want to mention it yet. And I've been seeing pictures everywhere of people saying the xenomorph's ultimate fear. And it's been showing pictures of a certain species, and I'm like, please tell me that ain't going to be what I think it is in Badlands. If that's the case, and that's already a thing in the cinematic universe, oh, we absolutely cooked. Because I will say the predators we're getting to see are pretty advanced. So you know you're tough when a xenomorph queen team up with people she hates. Exactly. But it's good stuff, though. I'm quite excited to see more of all the different directions things are going to go. The movies, the games, all of it. I'm excited for Alien Isolation 2. My neck hurts so much. For Alien Isolation 2, I'm excited for all of it. For part 2 of Rogue Incursion, that's going to be... I hope it happens because that was a pretty cool little teaser at the end. I'm still gonna look for more secret files and see if I missed stuff. Because if I did miss some things and I was supposed to go back and those files that are showing didn't count for some reason and I'm supposed to go get those, then I'll be going back and retrieving those and I will be seeing if there's an even more secret ending I can show off for the stream as a little short for the end of this little series. But this is all the cool things now. But I'm still excited to see what happens towards the end of this, though. But now we have our fate. We're gonna go back to the Alien XCOM universe. See what terror waits for us in that mine. That planet could have one too. I'm convinced that's what David is growing now. You know what these? Last thing before I say my final goodbyes for tonight. I wonder if that's what David has created. This is gonna be a weird comparison. But do you know how, like, in real life, we became really efficient at creating what's called fish farms? This is going to be a weird comparison, but you'll get what I mean if you know what a fish farm is. And then you'll look at what a Xeno facility kind of is run like, and you'll go, oh no. So, what I'm worried is that, as I've always anticipated with the mass production of Xenos and experiments that tend to go on in the Wayland everywhere, everything related to Wayland, I wonder if David's... Remember what a machine does. What is a machine's most efficient way to get the best version? I'm going to see if Farseer says it. I pray part 2 has a Predator Easter egg. That would be dope. We need more Predator Easter eggs in Alien games. I do agree. I wish there had been one on Sevastopol. Like, I think even if you don't, like, I'm not asking to see it or see a blast but like, this is all I ask if you ever want to do something for like Easter eggs. Simple Easter eggs are like this: audio and lights. So, for instance, in Sevastopol, let's say you were going through one of the vents that you never could ever see out of. You just got this tiny crack that you could just see light coming through, right? And you see this flash of something, and you hear a sound of, and then you hear that sound. You hear the xenomorph squeal in pain, but then you hear that clicking sound, and then you go. Now, if you're a fan, you're gonna go, the frick? And go, what is one of those doing here? And it's like now Sevastopol has less likely there'd be one of those present, but on a planet like this, where Zula is present right now, you're gonna tell me that this planet hasn't been detected by them if it's got this much of an infestation on it? If this thing's got a royal guard running around, and probably more than one, there's no way in the bloody moons of all that is the Predator homeworlds, and how many they have, and it's a few, that they don't know about the majority of Wayland's facilities within their reach. And since they can reach, clearly they've proven they can reach Earth, so there's no way they can't reach out to these other worlds. So it's like, it'd be cool. By cheating to get the best results. Or see, like, headless xenomorphs and bodies hanging upside down. That would be cool, too. Yeah, simple things like that. And even if you just see one, it wouldn't take more than one. If you're a fan of the series, you probably are if you're playing Alien games to begin with, or anything Predator, Alien related. You probably have seen both creatures and you know what both are. Like, just a single, let's say Zulu was going through the hive, right? A perfect spot for that would have been when we were face hugged and we were going through the hive, and in one of the corners we could have seen through a door, like a crack in the door, and we could have seen a dead xenomorph in that room hanging from the ceiling for some reason, but it was missing its head, like you said. Maybe it was a bigger one. The only thing you could do that is you might have to spoil that it would, because a predator's not just gonna take, unless it's a newbie predator, it's not gonna just take drone skulls. Not when there's a Ravager slash a Royal Guard running around. They're gonna take that thing, if not try to get to the Queen. It's like things like that and all that, like maybe that, or see it like I said, see a body hanging. But I still think a sound would be better. I think the easiest way to get by with a lot of Easter eggs is sound or shadows or audio clips and things that you'd only see once. Ardot, really quick, if you get bitten by an animal and you don't know from what, you know what? From what? Would you wait? You would go to a doctor, right? Well, I mean, you call 911. Unless you're in the middle of nowhere, which you're probably dead if that's the case anyway, sadly. Unless you know venom treatment and other things that you need to do. And also, once again, depends on the animal. I Calling 911 is your best bet. Because depending on the animal, you might not have enough time to get to see your doctor, silly. That depends on what it is. That's 911 is the main answer for most things in that situation. Unless you know you can hold out, get yourself to medical emergencies, or hold out until your doctor and it's not that serious. So exactly tell me why a certain someone left a spider bite and pop the wound. Like holy crap. How dumb is that? Talking about Spider-Man. Talking about Peter. I mean, you do have a point. In real life, if that's what your reference is, then yeah. In real life, you'd probably, I mean, to be fair, in most cases, he was on what? If that's what you're talking about, he was on a field trip, right? So technically, the field trip manager, you would tell your school attendant, this spider, I don't know. No, I got notified IRL. Someone that you know in IRL told you this. Tell them to call 911 or go to the hospital. Also, what did the spider look like? I mean, if you know your spiders, I guess you could get away with that and you'd be alright. Because all spiders are going to warrant you need to go right now. But if that spider was black / tannish brown, actually not really brown, I don't want to say that. Some are brown, but if it was like a milky, very whitish looking, tannish, milky brown, yeah, you go to the hospital. You call 911 right now. And if it was black, you also call 911 as fast as you can. If it's a brown recluse, immediately. Well, yeah, because it could be a brown recluse, but there is a misconception about them just being straight brown. Some of them are more brown than others. You have to go by their legs more than anything. They have long, stringy legs that stretch out kind of flat. You can tell I've studied my spiders. Like studying Xenos, you need to know the enemy. They have like long stretched out legs and kind of like sit kind of flat against their belly a little bit more against the ground when they're moving. Those are brown recluses. Yeah, you destroy their existence and do not let those bite you. Because now of course the Black Widow's more likely to kill you. But if you're not fast enough at treating it depends on where the brown recluse bites you too. If it bites you in the neck, you need to get to the hospital or you're gonna die. Because if it gets to, because it creates what's called a necrofasciitis. It's a flesh-eating necrotizing virus. It will eat away at your flesh and muscle. So it is more nightmare fuel than the Black Widow is, but it's not as potent unless it's near where something vital. But yeah, it'll create basically a flesh-eating virus that will eat away at the flesh around the zone of the bite until it gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until it gets in your bloodstream and starts rotting away at your bloodstream. You don't treat those with no joke because you're gonna lose a limb if you don't stop it soon. If you're lucky, it had black. Wait, it's got had that. It's bad. Black blood type. Wait, black blood type bad and a hole. Yeah, I say he needs to call 911. He saw a spider bite on his leg, popped it, and left it until he got a hole in his leg. Now what the? He's got a yeah. He needs to go to the hospital. That sounds like the brown recluse. You don't treat spider bites with no jokes. That's how you end up handicapped. That's how you end up. I mean, I didn't have a choice. I was born like this. But as far as if you're born with normal limbs and body, protect those normal limbs and body. Trust me, you don't want to not have them. It sucks. Um. Yeah. No, that's how you end up with prosthetics and a missing leg. That's insanely dumb. He's now getting treatment. Oh yeah, that's. I hate to say it, but your friend's really dumb. After what's probably have been days, yeah, no, that's bad. There's a chance he better hope and hope the venom didn't get beneath a certain layer. Because if it did and it got into the certain parts of his bloodstream of his leg and and there's a chance of it infecting it, they're gonna have to amputate his leg. There's no getting around that now. That's if it's gotten that deep. His only hope now is she didn't get that bite that she didn't get to bite him that long. That it was a tiny nick. Because there is a veracity of maybe she got interrupted because most spiders are female. I actually think I don't quote me on where I read this, so I don't know if this is fact. I don't know if this was in one of the many spider books that I've read, learning about spiders. But I think only female spiders are also venomous as well. So it's all females, right? Ironically, once again, the most dangerous ones in the of the species. But yeah. What's most likely, maybe, hopefully, if he's lucky, is she got interrupted during the bite and didn't get to fully inject all the venom where she needed it. Yeah, he might be losing a leg. At best, he'll have a bad scar, like a hole, not a hole in his, well, at least hopefully not. He might have a scar that's almost like a semi-hole in his leg. But that's at best, like Farseer said. At worst, he's losing that leg. Because they'll cut that leg off to save the rest of the body from the virus. So, don't ever mess with that. And you don't want to mess around. Here's what's even worse. Your friend needs to count the blessings, me and being faith from the Father above, that was, even though it's a brown recluse and he still may lose his leg, he needs to count his blessings that it wasn't a widow. If that was a widow, you wouldn't. I don't want to put this dark thought in your mind. He made it. Clearly, he'll be safe now. He's in the hospital. They're getting him treatment, and they'll probably be able to help him. But if that had been the widow, you wouldn't be talking to your friend right now. Several days would mean death. Because in most cases with a widow bite, you have 24 to 48 hours. Depending on where it bit you. That's the good numbers. These are if it bites you in the lower half of your body. So if it bites you in the leg, the foot, somewhere around there, you hope for like the lower calf, like the closer to the foot, kind of like what he had to deal with, the better. The longer you have. The higher up, the closer to the hip, to the stomach, and then the fatal levels is chest. Even though near the stomach is pretty close, that means if she can get any type of bite that can get into any bloodstream at all, and nerve system and all right there, that might actually be the one spot that might save you is your stomach. Because the stomach is a weird place in the human body. So that might actually save you. But she gets you in the arm, the neck, or somewhere near the chest. You better be preemptively dialing 911 while she's biting you. Because you got maybe 45 seconds before you about to go unconscious with a stroke. Like, for the smallest creature on this planet, one of the smallest spiders to exist, and exist in America, one of the scariest besides funnel spiders and some of the way crazier spiders in the tropics to exist on this planet. And I'm like, what? It's horrific looking. The picture sent looked like about an M&M sized hole. Ooh, yeah. I mean, luckily that's not too big, but that's still not great. He works on popcorn roofs and such. Ah, yep. Why does he not wet? Given how he's not emergency treatment. I hope he. Oh, then yeah, it should be fine. If they don't have him in the ER or immediately transferring him to poison control, then they probably know they might have caught it in time. I hope it's fine. They've got him pumped up on antibiotics and antivenom through the veins. Yeah, they're trying to control it. They're probably trying to see if they don't have to amputate the leg. I bet you they're taking blood samples quite often and checking him out quite regularly because that's what they're looking for. They're looking to see if they can keep it out of the bloodstream. If they can't, because if they see it at all trying to breach the bloodstream from the leg, they have to cut off his leg. That will be the only guarantee to stop it, because they'll cut it off above where the infection is. So they'll, depending on where the bite is, it could be, if it's on, let's say the bite is on your lower calf near your foot, they're going to cut off up near your ankle. It's crazy. He's going again tomorrow, so they sent him home, then they're hoping that it's very small amount of venom got in there. He dodged a bullet. That man needs to learn that that was a blessing and a protection in disguise from above on that one. Because that could not be that way next time. You need to tell that guy, wear protective work clothing when dealing with outdoors on any kind, especially with roofs, dark places, and anything things can just, you have to basically clean out and degut and all that, because shit hides in that stuff. So, I just don't understand how you could be this reckless and such a knucklehead. Some people are just that way, Sealy. I don't know. I mean, everyone has their own preference. Some people just live on the edge of their seat for some reason. I have nothing against it. To each his own, but usually they also have short lifespans. but but no, that is crazy though. Like, yeah. Tell him he needs to be smart, work smarter, not harder. That's what I always say. Don't be idiot. You're just asking for more trouble for unnecessary reasons. You see, I watch people work underneath cars without gloves or eye goggles. That's still stupid. I mean, that's less likely something in a car. Unless that car, okay, there's two things with that one. If the car has been sitting for over a month, yes. I mean, you should still have eye goggles, not for spiders and creepy crawlies, but you don't want oil and goop and power steering fluid and stuff ending up in your eyes. That'll make you go blind. Like I said, some people are just dumb. But you just can't help it. Some people just are like that. It's like, okay, all right, you're the one that's gonna lose your eyesight if that happens. I've learned to learn how to let that kind of stuff just go. All right, well, that's on you. This crazy thing. That's this is how I would also. This is why I would survive if it weren't for my disability. Be one of the most craziest but survivability persons in an alien situation. Because here's the thing I'm going to know not to do. That same level of stupidity is going to happen in this universe. We've seen it even in the game, even though there's some of it is plot armor. But at the same time, the dumb stuff I've seen people do in real life, it does not surprise me that there be people in facilities like this that still, you know what? That makes that guy's comment we read on the computer more believable. Remember that guy who said, "Man, this droid looked like it got scratched by a T-Rex." That's that kind of I'm not wearing goggles kind of intelligence. Or I'm not going to wear pants on a place where there might be poisonous bugs or protective clothing that'll protect my skin. That's that kind of logic. You see a droid come back to your repair shop, if I was living in this place, and it has T-Rex level scratches through that thing, that's red flag number one. That's like seeing a bunch of cobwebs underneath a crawl space in a house and you're an exterminator and you have to go in there. Let me take off all my clothes first. What? You see, his family, my mother told him. Oh, his family, my mother told him he needs to return to church since it's a sign. I mean, I would believe that. That would make me want to go back. I mean, I already back in my faith, but that would be a sign to me. My sign came in a different way, but if that had happened to me, and I had found out I got bit by a crazy deadly spider, and I somehow survived that, not losing a single limb, I'd be back my nose directly in the word. Because that's how sometimes the Father reaches out to some people and goes, knock, knock. You see, not to mention he's got that thing in his leg, the whole crystals that form between your joints and such. So it's inflamed most of the time already. Oh, really? Yeah, that ain't good either then. Yeah, so he needs to be more protective of himself in general. And it's like, but that's the same logic like with that message. Like you see T-Rex claws strikes in your synthetic droids that have been damaged, you're repairing. This is a sign to get a ticket to get frozen in cryo before this gets too out of hand and you end up using as a host and get the next ship out of here. Leave before it's too late. Before you get suspected, and while this place is security and containment protocols are still intact. Because once that breaks, everything's gone to crap, right? Once the protocols are gone and the people go crazy and your Dr. Rapias or whatever's happened down there, maybe they've been absorbed into the collective mind as I keep mentioning something as a reference. Or maybe they've got turned into the cult and went mad because I like how Ben invited us down that elevator, but didn't warn us there was a guardian synthetic that protects the xenomorph hives through the AI, guarding the elevator with a pulse rifle. So, let's see. You see, I just can't wrap my head around it, who just leaves a random bite and not check it out. It's like gold ship type of attitude right there. Tough it out, exactly. Well, horses could live through stuff like that. Horses are Horses are resilient, man. This is why you could never use horses as an example for anything to testing. It's gonna sound weird. I would never test on animals. It's gonna sound bad, but I would rather test on myself or humans rather than animals. But technically, medically, horses are so much more resilient than our bodies are. They could probably take that stuff and actually live through that and just straight up and be fine. That's kind of how nature is for them in some ways. That's why horses are so resilient. But that's a horse. I say we import 1 million Newcastle big boys to put the fear of spiders back in people. No, 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 no. We have enough problems already. I said this in this place. That's a xenomorph spider level problem waiting to happen. Nah, we're not gonna talk about them darn things. Let's leave that out of the equation. That's a Wayland solution, and I'd rather not deal with the incursion of that. Just to teach the dum dum ones a lesson. He didn't even feel that sucker bite him. That might also be why he dodged a bullet. What most likely happened is maybe he swatted down, maybe she fell off his leg, or something happened at that right moment. Like I said, that would put my belief back in check. I mean, if I didn't already have it. Because the fact that somehow she didn't get enough venom in there to do any real damage says a lot. Maybe he stood up and she fell off and didn't have a grip. Although spiders are pretty good at that, who knows? Brown recluse bites don't hurt. That's true too. They don't, unless you see them. Your brain will. It's weird how the brain works. If a brain sees a spider bite it, if your brain sees the spider bite you, you'll probably still feel it even if you didn't really feel it. That's just your brain sending off false signals. But Farseer is right. The fangs on brown recluses aren't that big. They're needle-like. They're kind of like little butterfly needles, one could say, in comparison of size. So you won't really feel them, but something must have knocked her off or caused her to stop biting him and stopped injecting the venom fully. Maybe she stopped feeling threatened just in time, because maybe at first she thought he was going to hit her and didn't know he didn't even know she was there. There's a million different things that play in that. All he needs to know is he was blessed. That was a blessing that happened. Very big. So now that's vile for venom that can necrotize flesh. Yeah, that's why to me the brown recluse is scarier. Now, sure, the Black Widow can kill you easier, but I guess it's the same principle with me with Black Widows versus the same thing versus like how I said with the Xeno. I'd rather die to a drone than a face hugger. And the reason for this is the drone kills you fast. If it's not taking you back to the hive, it's going to give you a headshot with its weaponized inner mouth and just put a hole in your head. You're going to be dead in seconds. You're not going to feel that. And that's the same thing. You'll feel it for maybe a couple seconds, but it's the same thing for a Black Widow if she manages to get the bite high enough on you. That neurotoxin is going to put you in a coma, basically paralyze you and kill you off and make you stop breathing and stop your heart all in very fast time. So fast, you're probably going to have a stroke and die and not even really feel it except what you felt from the stroke for a few seconds. Now, however, getting bit by a brown recluse is different. This is like being bit. I'm going to give you a sci-fi comparison. This is like getting scratched. What are they called? By why am I forgetting their names? Dead Space. What is my brain doing? It's tired, I guess. How have I forgot their names? Oh, man. Someone say it so my brain will stop yelling at me. Oh, not that's Black Widow got nothing. The Black Widow got nothing on the. Oh, I know the Newcastles are stronger, but they don't live in America. We're talking about American spiders. That's cheating. But point being, that would still kill you faster than what I'm about to talk about. I'm pretty sure, but I still rather that. But what are they called? The necromorphs. Yeah. So a brown recluse is a real life spider equivalent to a necromorph. Its venom literally eats away at you. Like I said, you have to literally rot away. It will slowly kill you. Almost the pictures I've seen of the worst case scenarios. The funnel web's pretty bad too, but that will kill you pretty fast too. Lots of Most spiders are neurotoxin. They use what's called a neurotoxin venom. Or there's another one that snakes use as well, but that one's still but it's because spiders prefer to paralyze their victims and cause them to basically have strokes and basically give them time to munch and suck the juices out. This is why most spiders are neurotoxic venom, like black widows, the castle big boys, the funnel web spiders. They're all neurotoxin, but for some reason, the brown recluse, and I think there might be one or two other spiders that do this too, has decided, nah, I'm a zombie. I'm gonna turn your body into a zombie. Because literally, I've seen horror pictures of people who couldn't be cured and what was left of bodies of animals and stuff, like even small animals, especially pictures of rats that this has been tested on. The rat looked like it was eaten away by the T virus. And I'm like, no! How is that real? Hence the name Big Boy. They found a new one, Sealy. Wait, the funnel web? They found a new one, Sealy, that is twice the size of the funnel web and has the same setup. Hence the name Big Boy. Florida has the recluse and the widow family. Pretty much all of America, sadly, does. All of America has a form of the brown recluse and the black widow. Now, they're less predominant in some states in America than others, but that doesn't mean they're still not there. That's why you always have to keep in mind what you're doing when you're digging through dark spaces in your basement. Wear gloves. If you've had storage, this is something me and my mom always are afraid of when we have storage. It's kept up for a while. If you have storage like in the basement or something that's been sitting there for like months or something like that, or a couple years, like some of the stuff we have down there, wear a full sleeve shirt, tight one if you can. Actually, maybe loose. Well, it's a double. Wear a tight one and then wear a loose one on top of it. The tight one is to keep your skin protected more, like armor, but at the same time, you don't want it to be too tight because some fangs can bite through that and still hit your skin. So, But wear gloves first and foremost, because if you're gonna dig around in the tote in a dusty old basement, don't do that unprotected anywhere in America. Because even if the brown recluse may not find you, the widow is still more common, which is still more, in a way, devious if you think about it. Even though I do prefer the widow, even though she's scarier death-wise, over the recluse. She's still more common throughout America. So, we got both of the black widows. So you have both variants. So there are several variants, but wear thick clothes. We have, I think, 2 recluse species and 4 black widow species. Yeah, see, Florida's nightmares. Because Florida is the closest thing to Australia in America. So she has the largest spider population. So have fun with that, Sealy. You have the largest hive in the entire country. You probably also have the largest. Actually, I think you also, besides Texas, I think you have the largest tarantula population, don't you, as well? Which means you have the largest hawk wasp Or what is that? What did they call it? Say it. Call it again, Farseer. The hawk wasp or hawk hornet. You have the most population of that too. So you have the largest xeno hive besides Texas. Congrats. For widows, we have northern and southern black widows, brown and red widows. Yeah, I forgot there's red ones. The red ones are strange. Glad we don't have those. Those are weird. The two recluses. But I think don't y'all have a pretty substantial tarantula population? I hate to look this up. I'm gonna look this up on Google. How many tarantula species are in Florida? Oh, only one. So no, okay, you dodged a bullet. Okay, so Sealy doesn't have the low. Hold on, whoa, I've been sitting here that long. So Sealy dodged a bullet. He doesn't have the largest, population in existence. Good job, Sealy. You at least don't have to deal with that problem. Also, I want to look up before we end the stream, just so I can get a reference of what these look like, and then we're gonna start wrapping it up for tonight. I want to look up what the tarantula hawk looks like in real life, since my only reference is a movie. We got massive orb weavers, so maybe that's why the wasps are here too. Oh, you have orb weavers? Ooh, okay, that's not fun. That's the queen from. To let everyone know what that is, if you don't know what spiders are or you're not a fan of spiders, but if you've ever seen this movie at least, that's the main villain species of eight-legged freaks. That's the species they used, technically, hypothetically, even though it was a sci-fi version in a CG version. That's the what do you call it? That's the theory of the one they used. We get the yellow and black one. So yeah, you literally get the one that's from Eight-Legged Freaks. So there might be some tarantula hawk wasps in or at least a version of them, a subspecies of them in Florida. They'll probably go after the orb weavers. The biggest are the banana spiders, aka the golden silk orb weaver. So yeah, so those would be eligible. They'd be big enough. I've seen a banana spider or that version of the orb weaver. Pray your hawk wasps put in their shift, Sealy. Although the more hawk wasps you have, the more potential you think. Because even though the spiders may be the original concept for the xenomorph, but we all know that the hawk wasp's behavior is actually the xenomorph. So the wandering spiders are also present in Florida. Ah, okay. So there might be just enough food source there that's probably the case. Let me look this up. So they're called the tarantula hawk wasps. Tarantula hawk wasps. Whoa. How is this thing actually? Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, there it is. There's it stinging the tarantula. This thing straight looks like a xenomorph, but in wasp form. That is absolutely terrible. that is that is on a whole nother level of oh my goodness. Oh, these things can sting humans too. Oh, that's nightmare fuel. No, 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 no. if that doesn't reek, um, if that doesn't reek, what's it called? I don't know what does. Goodness, I hope these things aren't in the lab somewhere. I saw a huntsman spider here in Florida before. Thick-legged suckers. Wait, what do you mean you saw a huntsman in Florida? Why there's a huntsman in Florida? Yeah, they are. I know they're friendly. Doesn't help the situation and their size. I hope that's not becoming common. Because that would make me not want to live in Florida now. Y'all have huntsmen now? When did that happen? Did someone from Australia bring these things over? And then it just created a colony of them over time? Bruh, I hate when people import things like that over to a different state. This is how killer wasps ended up over here. Bruh. Stop bringing the deadly stuff from other places over here. I hate to do it. It's like 12 inches of eight-legged spider menace to America. Gosh darn it, man. And see, I was intending on eventually ending up in Florida. Now my brain's like, great. So to help with the robotics, I have to contend with giant spiders. Well, that isn't a test of my faith and my power and my strength and well. It's like staring a Zeno in the face. The wolf spiders also live here. We have wolf spiders, although maybe they might be bigger there. I've heard wolf spiders can get bigger depending on what state they live in. I think that's also how we got the hawk wasp. It probably is. Some of these animals I think were imported over and were brought over through just people bringing them with them. And somehow enough of them got loose over time that it created enough eggs in reproduction cycle that they just created a version of them and became part of the ecosystem in this area. But it also shows you how scary that the adaptability of certain things are, because most things would have died off trying to do that, right? I guess the spiders just are too hard to kill that way. Or insects in general, I guess. Wolf spiders here, I think, on average 5 to 6, so half a foot. Okay, that's still pretty big, but that's still not the huntsman. But it shows you that maybe the wolf spiders are getting so big because wolf spiders will eat other spiders. So maybe they're getting so big because their food source is getting bigger. Gosh forbid a wolf spider manages to eat and learn how to kill a huntsman one day. Then a wolf spider will start to get way too big. It'll end up being bigger than the huntsman because it'll have to hunt the huntsman, right? then you literally got mini wolf spiders. I need to stop. This is the things that nature could actually do that scares me the most, more than anything. Huntsmen are 7 to 8 on average here. So they're not as big as Australian huntsmen's, but that's still too big. That means, actually, you just answered my question. If wolf spiders are 5 to 6, huntsmen are 7 to 8, there is almost a guaranteed chance that a wolf spider one day is going to get bigger, at least in Florida, if there's enough huntsmen that stay around for long enough as a food source. That's terrible. This is not fun. We humans need to chill. Like, we're now doing things to nature as I anticipated we would, that is going to cause us very painful issues in the long run. We need to calm down. Let's see, orb reavers, at least the ones I see, are plate-sized. They make webs that span multiple feet. So wait, your orb weavers are bigger than your huntsmen? So the orb weavers are probably the primary food for the hawk wasp. And then they feed on any other spider getting to that size. I almost wonder maybe we need more hawk wasps now. Maybe we need to have these things in the States. As scary as a hawk wasp is, I don't know if I want that many spiders getting that big. I don't know if I want nature somehow finding a way to make spiders larger. We really don't need that. Because they get big enough, they're going to start looking at us as, this thing's not that much bigger than me anymore. I don't even want to think about that. I'm telling you right now, Celia, this is a fair warning to you right now. If Florida ever, all of a sudden develops some sort of company that starts anything with a W that has to do with xenobiology of any kind, I'm sorry, you in Florida are getting sunk with Atlantis. You're gonna get to see what Atlantis feels like. We also got the fishing spider in Florida. Them guys hunt guppies? I didn't know there were fish-eating spiders. You'd be surprised how big spiders the hawk wasp takes down. Maybe we do need them then. As a sub-deterrent to what is happening. But, dang, okay. See, the more spiders I find out are in Florida on average, my brain, at least now, my brain goes, do I really want to go to Florida? Or do I just want to help Florida from a distance and stay in Georgia? No, this is what it would take, right? This is now my new terminology for this, or my new terms for this. And see, the orb weaver webs are wonderful though, because they spin around 10 feet. If you can see all the patterns. Celia, are you turning into Waylon? Someone contain Celia. I need to do some experiments. I think I gave him the wrong genome. Get me a containment team immediately. Yes, doctor. I'm not lying though. They make awesome webs. But okay, well, right then. That is intriguing. I don't think I'd be anywhere near that a 10 feet spanning web to admire the patterns. Anywho, the wolf and huntsman here can kill birds. Can kill birds here. That makes sense. I mean, the huntsman's built for birds. That's what it's for. It's what it likes to eat. But it just baffles me that the wolf is only 1 inch on largest behind most of the huntsmen. That means it's probably eating the huntsman. Or it's starting to. They definitely can't eat the orb weavers if they're making that big of webs. Because it means those guys are closer to 12 inches. But, at least not yet. Ardna, I need to give you an example of hawk wasp strength. They're 2 inches and they can bag spiders 3 times their size. I did see that. It showed in one of the little side pictures on Google's example of it that it was fighting a huge tarantula looking thing with its front legs and stinging it and like basically like it was literally xenomorphing that poor spider. It was like holding it up with its hands and just using that tail to go bam, 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 bam. And I'm like, huh. So this is what'll create our demise. And it's like, so yeah, it does not surprise me. Yes, even it's like the bigger ones can though, the average sized ones can. Oh, you're talking about the wolves. Oh no, he was talking about wolf spiders, Farseer. Yeah, the hawk wasps will kill all the orb weavers themselves. The size spider it showed that wasp taking on, that was well over 12 inches. It was definitely within the 12-inch range or higher. So, hawk wasps are the anti-spider, but they're also basically the actual xenomorph of the universe, at least on Earth. So, we need to keep an eye on that, because if that ever ends up in a lab with experiments, that's the closest thing we could probably have a chance at having the terribleness that is xenomorphs. At least I know what creature it comes from now. Or what the most likely realistic term of it would be. From a quick Google, we have around 250 spider species. Wow! Excuse me? What? Fuck off. Why did Florida have to become a mini Australia? That's it. I'm changing y'all's flag icon. Your national animal doesn't get. I'm doing the same thing I did to you. I'm doing the same thing to you, Celie, in Florida that I did to Australia. Your national animal is no longer whatever you say it is. Your national animal is now a spider. Just like Australia. You need to get to putting spiders on flags. I called it. I was the one who said really use them for the xenomorph inspiration after the spider. Australia has 6,000, I think. That's what I'm saying. Australia is still the homeland of the 8-legged creature of terrible terror. But Florida's right behind them. At least in retrospect, compared to anybody else, except maybe the African rainforest. But I don't know if that counts. And say because the weather is well enough for them to live. Welcome, Reun. Welcome. I don't doubt that. That's what scares me. That's why I love Florida, but also now have a new fear, but also respect for Florida. And also maybe my brain's like, Maybe I visit Florida, live in Georgia. And see, I'm. Why do I want to see that picture, Sealy? Ah, frick. You know what? It's like watching a train crash. Hold on. let me give myself nightmares for the rest of the night. In 1 second, chat. Ah. Instantly, my vibes on my brain made my head made me feel like there was one on my freaking head. Ah, I hate those things so much. We have those here too, but not that big. I know what you mean now. I've seen these. Yeah, so these must be pretty common in America too, but not that size. See, Florida's turning into Australia. Ugh. It's like, bruh. Also, brave person. Yeah, it's so cute. What you mean? Wait, why it look like a tick? I guess it does kind of look like a tick a little bit, but I just not. Cause I didn't look. I didn't see that part right away. Let's put this thought into your heads. What thought? I've got enough terrible thoughts in my head. They make awesome webs, though. I have seen them. I know what you now that I know which one you mean exactly. We have smaller versions who make less not bloody 10 feet webs, but probably at least I'd say 4 feet webs, because ours is nowhere near that size. Ours would probably it'd be like in the palm of our hands, not the size of our hand like that one is. Like much, much smaller. That just goes to show you insects are based on their environment. That terrifies me. That means that we might be underestimating and might have it wrong on how big insects truly can get in evolving and their environment if they have the right setup. It's like, holy crud. But what is it, Farseer? What terrible thought are you going to add to the vault of terrible thoughts in my head? Spider is less scary than centipede. I mean, I guess I know why some people say that, and centipedes are more poisonous in some cases. And there are more poisonous centipedes in the world than I think there are poisonous spiders overall. But I don't know. I'm just less scared of a centipede when I see it. Now, if it's near me, this is just my disability and me not having arms. Any insect near me freaks me out. But I could probably bear, unless I know it's a dangerous one that can kill me, I could probably bear seeing a centipede nearby longer. And hell, if I could had something to pick it up with safely that I knew it couldn't get to me, I'd be more willing to grab a centipede with something safe, put it in a container, and throw it away somewhere else. You ain't getting me to do nothing with a spider. I ain't. Oh no. You see, although the green iguana keeps messing up the orb weaver's webs all the time. Oh, lizards are just lizards, man. This is why Godzilla trolls everyone. But that's a whole nother subject. Guarantee that, let's see, that car going into the ditch 15 seconds later. Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's why I don't like huntsmen's, because they like to do that. I've seen a video about that, but I'll read that. I'll read Farseer's comment about that in just a second, because that is a terrible, terrible. I've watched an exact video that talks about that in Australia especially. But let me read these real quick. Guarantee that car I hate those 1,000-leg creatures. But let me go back and read what she said. So she said, you're driving down the road at 60 miles an hour, pulling down your sun visor because the sun is trying to flashbang you. Yeah, huntsmen like to sleep there, and just dropped one, and you just dropped one in your lap. they love to, they love to go in they love to go in our sleep. Yeah, centipedes are scary for that. That's one thing I will say. That's a creepy thing about centipedes in general, but it's like the 1,000-leg, yeah. Although I think most bugs have a chance to do that while you are asleep. Even a spider can technically have a chance to do this, but they're not likely to gonna do that as much. I don't know. It's because centipedes like to, they're looking for a place to hide, and they like to crawl into like logs and cylindrical passages that they can fit in and hide. So your ear kind of resembles this. So I think that's why centipedes do that. Plus, there are nightmare fuel centipedes and stuff that can go into the human ear or in an animal's ear and do some terrible things. But that's a whole nother discussion for that terrible creature a whole nother time. But in Florida, it's the Caribbean giant centipede. They get 7 to 10 inches long. Yeah, I've seen those. See, that one would scare the Jesus out of most people. It would me as well if it was too close, but I don't know. It's creepy to watch them, but somehow my brain handles the look of them better than the spider. Maybe I do have a bit of arachnophobia, to be fair. I've never been tested, but then again, maybe the only test to that is how long can you be in the presence of a spider? Is it less than 10 seconds? And you probably have arachnophobia. They love warm and tiny, yeah, tiny, safe, yeah, safe environments. So they see, like, basically, they're not doing it on purpose necessarily, even though you don't know that as a person. They are just trying to get into something safe and, like you said, tiny and a place they can squeeze into, which is nightmare fuel. That's why it's never good to let them stay in your house, but at the same time, like, if I saw one in the wilderness, I'd be more okay with it than seeing a spider. Florida has the more intelligent spiders. Oh, jumping spiders? Those are pretty common. They're pretty tiny here. I've never seen a jumping spider get that big at all. I think the biggest one I've ever seen in my life was one I had in my van one time in Georgia when I lived more towards the south. I hardly ever see jumping spiders here in North Carolina. I think it's too cold for them up here. Um, and then what little ones I see, they are very little, like little. They look like that cartoon version of a jumping spider you see in all those memes, shaking its legs up and down, trying to communicate with you. It's like, hello. See, those types of spider imagery, that's not too bad. I can handle that. It still freaks me out a little bit, but at least doesn't terrify me like some of the other ones. That's why I think jumping spiders don't freak me out as much until they jump at me. It's the jumping more than the spider itself. Yeah, snakes would do that too, but most snakes won't fit in your ear. You'd have to have a garden snake in your house for that to be possible. They're the only ones small enough to do that. But they will crawl in your bed with you. Thank heaven my room is cold as right now. Yeah, most insects don't like cold either. If you get it too cold, oh, if you get it too cold, then they can't survive in that environment either, to be fair. Spider are beautiful creatures. Man, are you. You have a very specific taste. I assume you have a pet. I assume you probably have a pet spider then. Because some people do. Mostly tarantulas, because they're mostly harmless. They suck if they bite you. It just hurts. Doesn't poison you though. It just freaking hurts. Our largest jumping spider can get to 1 to 5 inches. That ain't, yeah. Oh, y'all have the colorful jumping spiders. That's not too big. Jumping spiders just never get that big. Maybe because they have to jump. Maybe it's the gravity issue. Because they're having to jump so far and so high that they can't really get above a certain size anyways. Maybe that's a good thing. You see, you think Australia will ever get payback on us for that one time we released invasive cactuses on their outback? I mean, they probably already have. I mean, we have huntsmen that live in Florida now and stuff. I think they've already paid us that back. I'm pretty sure they're sending us all their animals and insects. That's probably the payback. Because that is probably the best payback. It's the best thing Australia's got under its tool belt. I'm pretty sure that's already happening. You missed my comment about the crevice spider? Hmm? By the way, we got a mimic of the huntsman called the crevice spiders. True to their name, these guys like to hide in drawers and such. Well, yeah, huntsmen do that too. Huntsmen are like watching a yoga expert bend their legs. They can like crush themselves down, kind of like a cat smushes itself down to get underneath stuff. This is a spider who can do this. Like, it's like, pray they don't send us their plants. That's true. I will say Australia does have some of the scariest plants on this planet. Then again, Australia has all the scary stuff on this planet, to be fair. But, yeah. I would have to have a lot of reserve to have a pet spider. Because of my fear for spiders, coupled with my disability, I would need to, like, my only way I'd ever have a pet spider would be if I lived, like, let's say I fell in love with a lady of the house who just happened to like spiders, but and knew how to be careful with them and knew how to care for them and take care of them and handle them. Now she'd have to get me used to it because I've heard that with spiders, the only true way to truly handle a spider is they need to know you are okay with them, and they know if you're not okay with them. They can feel it. Most animals can, but for some reason spiders can double sense this. So any motion in my brain that would freak out, that spider would immediately sense that and bite my ass. It says we got around 200. It says we've got around 200 toxic plant species. So maybe they're sending them slowly to Sealy too. Maybe they are sending us plants as well, just to Florida. Florida's gonna turn into a tropical rainforest one day. They're one fish that impresses me. But yeah, I would have to basically have like a lady of the house that I fell in love with, and she's very good with spiders, and that I'm okay with it because it's her pet, and then I would have to learn how to deal with it through her, so I could learn how to teach my brain to be calm with it, not let the fear control me. But be right back, aimbot. I tried to say R dot. But that oh no, bro got aimbot. Wait, what happened? That one fish that impressed me, and it's archer fish. Oh, it's like a fish that shoots stuff. The poison ivy and oak are here, and the also something called poison wood. Oh, okay. Pray you don't get that spiteful pain plant that hurts for you for years. Yeah, there's a plant in Australia. You get poisoned by it, it causes nerve damage in you, and it can hurt for like years on end after you get poisoned by this plant. Nature can be scary. It has its own protections. It knows how to protect itself if it really wants to. This is why I think humanity needs to chill in some cases, because I think we still sometimes believe we're too far above the food chain. And I've always had that Last of Us kind of fear that I wonder if at some point the Earth's gonna put us in check. Or something else higher than that. Since y'all know, since I try to keep neutral since I know that not everyone believes in what I believe in, but like in my faith, it's like how long before that balance decides to swing the revolving door in the other way? So let's see. We got a stinging nettle. Stinging nettle's kind of like that. It's a lesser version of that plant, I think, or something similar to it, at least in retrospect. That's pretty cool, though. But we should probably wrap it up here soon. We've been turning this into a vlog. We're just sitting here chatting. How long has it been since we did this? This has gone on to 5 hours. I'm pretty sure we sat here for an extra hour, chilling and chatting. Also, apparently, the poison wood has a chemical 100 times stronger than poison ivy. So it's just a steroided up poison ivy bush. Who did that? Almost 2 hours? Wow. See, that's what happens when I get talking. I can talk all day about stuff. This is why I like doing vlogs too, as well, because sometimes it's just fun to chill and chat about stuff. The issue is sometimes these subjects don't come up during the vlog unless someone just happens to bring up the subject, and we run off on a tangent like we always do to have fun and enjoy the conversation. But half the time these conversations get started in these games because these games are the ones that bring up these subjects. Like we were talking about. Remember, this all started with hive minds. This conversation, think of where we are now and how this all devolved down. It started with a conversation of all the hive minds in sci-fi and xenomorphs and how they work and the concept of them. Then finding out and talking about the concept of Ridley Scott's original vision of them being spiders, but then changing that, and then I'd almost be 1,000% willing to bet, like Farseer said, that the concept moved to the tarantula hawk wasp, which puts its larva inside the subject that busts out and eat it like a chest buster. So I imagine a pseudo combination between the spider concept and the hawk wasp is what created the xenomorph's creature, along with H.R. Geiger inspirations that he always led off of anyways. But Google says to avoid that tree entirely. Oh, so that thing must kill you. But yeah, so that's how cool. That's why I like to have conversations and show like that after stream. But votes been made. We're gonna go back to Alien XCOM starting tomorrow. I'll have to re-download it. I'll make sure I re-download it after stream. We'll go back to that tomorrow. See where we left off. My brain's melting. Yeah, see where we left off. And also, we'll try to get to do some Uma Musume I'm trying to realistically say if I can do this. I've got a lot I'm doing right now, every day right now, because I've got a lot going on. Because as y'all know, I'm trying to move out and trying to find my own place. It's not proving easy right now, and I knew it wouldn't. But I'm putting the foot to the grindstone at this point, trying to find out how to get it moving and find what I can get. My instincts keep telling me, and more I keep getting signs that most likely it's not going to be till the end of this year, beginning of next year, probably, because I doubt they're going to have an opening at any of the stuff that I'm trying to check out right now. In certain places, applications and all that are closed. So, the tree has a nickname called the Tree of Death. Every part is to be avoided. Bloody burning wood. Burning the wood can fuck you up. Not the poisoned wood. You missed the name of the tree. Previous comment. Oh, the stinging nettle? Is that what it's called? Oh no. And the what? The manchineel tree? Oh wow. And that tree is in Florida. Wow. I have an interesting horse topic for the next Uma Musume stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try to see when we can do it. I'm gonna shoot for. I'll see. Here's the thing. I'll say tomorrow, and then I won't be able to do it. This is why I need to stop doing that. I know we'll be able to do the Alien episode tomorrow for the Alien XCOM game. It's just whether we'll get to do Uma Musume, because I know I'll be back before, or whatever might happen tomorrow. I know I'll be back before 5:30, 6 to 6:30, unless we go out to eat or something. But that won't be till Friday. So if we do any of that, which I highly doubt we're doing that this weekend, anyways. We've got a lot we've got coming up this weekend. So I'm gonna play it by ear. I'm gonna shoot to try to get an Uma Musume episode soon. If it don't happen sometime this week, though, you can guarantee it will be Friday. Because that's usually my 2 days. Friday and Sunday are Uma Musume days, because those are my hardest days to get normal streams out of. Because Sunday's my church and what I do in my church day and my chill day. Friday just is errand day, my busiest day of the week, usually most of the time. So if we don't get to do Uma, because tomorrow's Wednesday or Thursday, one of those. I think it's Thursday. If we don't get to do it tomorrow, we'll do Uma Friday. But tomorrow we will be restarting our Alien XCOM series. Can't remember the name of it right now. I have to look it up. Then I gotta go find its original streams. But let me read the last comments. Also, that tree can also, if it rains too, since its chemicals can leak off with the rain and touch you. LOL. What in the world? No wonder it says to avoid it entirely. It's Celia, if I were Florida, I'd be sending in the hazmat crews to safely dispose of that tree and get rid of those trees. That sounds like some Last of Us plants being born. That tree sounds like it's on the level of the things from The Last of Us. That's the description the fungus has in The Last of Us. Destroy that with fire and contain it and lock it up and burn it down and do whatever. Just get rid of that thing. That's a Nurgle tree. Grandfather Nurgle is sneaking into Florida. And see, it's about the one time the U.S. teamed up with Germany during World War II to save hundreds of mares from the SS and the Soviets. I did not know that. Although there's a lot of stories that happened. I'm learning about even more and more about World War II both on human side and other things that went on during that time. Lots of things happened during that war. It's death and obviously if it'll kill you just being near it, yeah, eating it's instant death. It's death if ingested and causes severe burns and blisters on contact, and blindness if near the eyes. You can't burn the wood or not stand near it or even breathe it. Yeah, that's why you bring in hazmats. We have technology to filter stuff like that out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have CDC. Send in the CDC and have them destroy them things. If I were leader of Florida or governor of Florida, I'd be destroying them things. Them things sound like a future hazard on the horizon waiting to happen. The chemicals can linger in the smoke. Well, yeah, that's why you put it in a contained facility. You would have to transport it. It'd have to be a hazmat crew the entire time. They'd have to build a containment, a miniature containment around it. Like, what do you call it? One of those, like, sterile zones that they can create, that you can put up in the CDC. They'd have to create one in that region around all of where the trees are. Create a filtration system inside of the tent or whatever the little mini facility is for the project, and then just absolutely wreck those things and filtrate it out as it burns down. Or even better yet, keep it in cut them down, lock them in a container, transport them to a facility where you can put them in an incinerator that's self-contained, and then burn them in that until all the poison lingers away. We can't be accepting no Nurgle garden being born on this planet. The amount of troops and equipment we dedicated to saving those Umos was impressive. The chemicals can linger in the smoke, so if the rains and you're under or near it, you're cooked. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Send in CDC. That's a CDC problem. That's not normal. If that thing is real, we should be paying more attention to that. Nature is not to be trifled with, and not to be taken for granted either. One day we'll come to terms with this as a society. I know most people are going to disagree when I say this out loud, because most people say, oh, there's no proof, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. You can say it and keep believing it until we're all dying and suffocating. But at this point, it's like there's too many signs on this planet. We have caused massive damage to something and on this world. And if Apophis, the asteroid, don't destroy us, we need to be careful that our planet don't do it too. Because there's going to be a point nature's just going to be fed up. We keep treating this world like it's some mindless, unliving entity that has no soul, and even if you still believe that, no living breath or it's not a living organism. Like hell. And it's like in all living organisms, even things that are like animals or are primitive, will fight to defend themselves. Yeah, that's not to be taken for granted. I'd be paying more attention to that as the governor of Florida. I'd be studying that thing. I'd be finding out what's causing that thing to have happen. Columbus called the fruits of that tree as death apples, apparently. So these have been around a while. I suggest we study those things then. I suggest those things are the key to something terrible. To something that could end up being... If anything could birth a virus that could kill our planet or kill the humans on our world from the earth trying to hurt us, it'd come from that tree. It almost sounds like the mega mycete, but in physical tree form. It's like, what is this thing? Sealy, we're talking about specialized personnel with heavy equipment dealing with these trees, yeah. But I would definitely, if I were Florida, be on top of these things. I'd have an entire unit and something and be asking the government for some sort of like, even if it's not a lot, some sort of like resources. Hell, even if I had to fund it myself, just for safety purposes, to be keeping an eye on that and keep that, and hell, even just to lock it up and put a facility around those things. Don't let those things exist naturally around other things. Every inch of the tree is dangerous. Is it a single tree? Please tell me it's a single tree. And if it is, it's even more baffling. Florida might have a secret that I don't even know if it knows. Well, I don't know. According to, I'm looking it up right now, Farseer. You were saying that they're scarier than the ones in Australia. This tree is meant to be considered the most dangerous tree on the planet. It says planet. Like it means including Australia. And this thing is in Florida. Yeah, I mean, yeah, send a picture. I mean, I see some pics of it. I don't know if they're exact pics of it, but yeah, send me what you have, Sealy, as well. I mean, like I said, if this thing is legit, is he dangerous to a crane grabbing it and yanking it out of the ground, Sealy? Well, it would be the fact that maybe it would release spores. Who knows what's in this tree? This is why it would need to be, anything you do to this tree would need to be in a contained environment. Don't do anything to this tree without putting something around it first. Because this sounds like a plague waiting to happen in this tree. No, I've seen the zombie fungus, the fungus that controls insects and ants and stuff. But that still, to me though, that still can be pretty controlled and still can't branch out to a certain levels of humans so far. This tree can kill anything it's even standing next to it. And I'm like, that's a whole nother level of power. And I'd be very interested scientifically of why that is. See, it looks so normal too. That's what's even worse. And there's more than one. I see another one back there. Yeah, look, this is just in a park somewhere? Whose car is that back there? Why would you be near this? I'm telling you. That ain't normal. This also shows you Florida's bravery and insanity. Maybe a little bit of both. Yeah, that would, if I were leader of that governor of that state, I'd be quarantining these things off, and I'd be having every scientist in all the best gear I can get them in. Like, we're talking, not literally, because that's sci-fi, but you know, in real life terms, Resident Evil level protection gear to check out what these trees are made of and what the heck is why these things are like that. For our safety, just in general alone. Get robots to remove them at this point. That's true. Maybe, no, you know what? Farseer is right. Why people? We have robots at this point. Contain the trees, send in robots to take samples and study the samples while controlling the robots. Smart. You're good idea. Good idea. And find out why these trees are like this. The leaves can leak sap and fall on you if you stand under it like that. That's crazy, though. It's like, you can only admire something that dangerous from afar, and then one argues also, what's the point? If these things are not serving us or a purpose, and they don't seem to be, this is also why I would want to study them, too. Are they actually serving a purpose to nature? Or is this one of nature's oddities that it's starting to birth? Or that it birthed into into the world out of some sort of, I would call it amalgamations, when something happens in nature that's like a one-off, that's not technically the norm genetically, whether it be plants, humans, animals, whatever. So I just, wow. Holy crap, I just found out a creepy fact, Ardna. What's up? Like, they have warning signs across all these things. It's just crazy. It says the tree can give off a pleasant aroma that lures in animals and sometimes humans? Ooh, that just gave me weird. You know when you get like that feeling like goosebumps in your body? When you like, almost like you can feel something? Like when something, like a this is what, when this happens in my body, it's almost like when you trigger an instinct from our days as cavemen and living in the wild among the animals, and certain instincts kick in the brain, right? That triggered something in my mind, my brain, my body. What? Why would it need that? Are we sure? Nah, we're not going to get into this rabbit hole. I don't know if anyone will get what I'm referencing here. Are we sure we didn't switch frequencies? Are we sure we're not in a more whalified, Waylandy universe now? I am highly concerned. Oh no! I just gotta work. Oh, I know why that just gave me chills. Oh no. No, 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 no. So let me read this last part, and then I'm gonna scare everybody with something. Oh, frick off. No, 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 no. Let me become governor of Florida. These trees are going bye-bye. Because, let me, let me, let me, break something down for you. So, let's read what Seeley said. Let's read what Seeley said. It says the tree can give off that. The entire tree is toxic, every part of it. So if the animal touches it, it will die. So the tree can use the corpse to grow. No, 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 no! It can feed off of. And it can release spores. We need to destroy those things. Immediately. I don't know what my brain, like something just. I almost to the point I'm not joking. Like, my brain is like, this went from a level of me just theoretically talking to like, that touched the fiber in my being that's way too close to something. You heard what I said at that last part. Also, it can release spores that infect and kill the thing near it, too. And it absorbs and makes the biomatter a part of it, essentially. And it's plant-based. I also want to point out I don't want to scare everyone too much. We're also one of the, as far as we can tell, I don't want to get in this rabbit hole too hard. We'll save this for a vlog now, because now I'm very interested in talking about this with a vlog. Maybe this week even. Maybe we do it this weekend on Saturday or something. We're also the only species that we have come across so far that we know of, unless they're just hiding from us, that we know in the Milky Way galaxy. One could say we're the forebearers. Shit. The forerunners of the issue. We need to destroy these things immediately. Frixinos, these things gotta burn. I don't like this. Silly question, who is the dumbass keeping these trees alive? It's like, it says to neutralize these trees wood, you would have to let the sun cook off all the sap. Then we're doing that. We're gonna we're gonna send in the robos, cut off all their leaves, bake them in the sun till they're turned into crispy little floodlings, and then we're gonna torch them. Let's see. Also, these trees prefers waters that more salty than fresh water, but not as salty as seawater. So down them in salt, yeah. But that's even scarier. You want to know why? I bet you they need somewhat of a sodium enriched water. Salt is inside of all living beings. Sodium. It's a part of the compositions in all of our bodies and animals eat it get it through the things they eat. We get it through salt and da 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 da, and the salt on rocks and blah 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 blah. That thing is feeding on actual biological sources. So unlike normal, because one could argue all trees do this, but not in the same way. In most cases, a body has to degrade for years, be absorbed into the soil breaks down the nutrients, and the nutrients get sent out to all the plants and everything in the soil. But what it sounds like this thing is doing is luring in prey like a Venus flytrap, which also argues something else I don't want to think about. That is almost like the Venus flytrap is luring in prey in order to get this is why my Venus flytrap in the window is dying, because I just can't give it enough live food, and I don't have the money to buy flies for that thing. So it wouldn't live otherwise. So which we thought it was a different kind, that maybe it lived on a different one and was just like a house control for flies, that it would still live on the water nutrients and solar nutrients, but apparently not. But which begs to differ of proves kind of what I'm about to say. It means it is a carnivorous plant, is what that's called. This means it is a plant that has to feed on literal bioorganic fluid, meaning not just the flesh, but the blood. That means the blood of the animal is more important than the flesh of the animal. It's a tree that drinks blood. And it's like, and once again, there's two things that resembles that I don't want nowhere near Earth at all. In real life. In a movie, fine. In a show, in a game, fine. Not in IRL. That is not the same rules in IRL, and it's much more devastating if something like that would ever occur. So, yeah, whoever's keeping these trees alive, please contact me, because we need to talk. Like, sent another picture. Let me see. We gotta wrap it up in a second. I'm getting so distracted. That just blew my mind. So, Farseer, have you guessed what that is yet? Let me go back and see what Seely sent to the second picture. Yeah, there's a bunch. How many of these are there? Seely, even though there won't be no context to this, post that last picture you just showed me in chat. Not in Guardian Core. I know not everyone will understand what these trees are. Post that in chat, in Guardian chat, so Farseer can see how many are being kept alive. You know what's crazy? Since their trees can grow 50 feet, you can stand relatively near it, and if a single leaf falls on you, immediate burns and blisters. Yeah, no. He sent it to me R9. Okay. So never mind, Farseer got to see it. Okay. You see how many there are. So let me break it down. I want to see if Farseer still guessed why I'm so freaked out about this. So it's a plant-like organism that can feed off of biomass, that can release spores. Every part of it is poisonous. It can allure you and trick you into coming to it. And it's plant-based. Somebody give me Chief's number. Because I need to send a Spartan immediately. And see, also the fruits can look like lemons. Why is it so deceptive? It's like it's built to trick a human or larger animals. Burn it with fire. That thing's gotta be hurting the ecosystem in some way. This is the one time human destructiveness over a forest should be used. It's like, well, we have no problem destroying many other forests everywhere that are harmless. But no, let's preserve the future grave mind of our world. That's okay. At this point, I'm convinced we are destined for two things, or three different things. And this is my final thought, as our little sciencey little discussion kind of comes to an end. As a society, I feel like with as scary as things are getting, three things are about to happen. One of them is the easy way out. I'm going to start with that one. Option one, we all get exploded by Apophis. That meteor slams into us and we're all gone. To be fair, if we keep going this route, that might be the best way out. It's like still to the other two options. Option two, we create Terminators. Machines that wipe us out through the fact that we're going too heavy in cybernetics and AI. That's likely. But if humans don't ever truly try to make them sentient, less likely. Still at the moment, still unplausible until we truly get a semi-sentient AI that can't be just immediately destroyed by a human. We have gotten close in some cases with the concepts of war AI and war concepting AI, like that video and all that, but that's option two. Now on to option three that I'm realizing we are desperately creating, and I never knew we were this stupid. Option 3 is a biological catastrophe. So in option 3, there's actually 3 different options this could be. Genetic mutation problems, meaning we get too crazy with CRISPR and we create mutants and things like that, and disease runs rampant among our kind and it kills most of us. That's one in option 3. Option 2, the Gravemind forest comes to life. Because if that thing lives long enough, you know someone's going to experiment on this thing and make it worse. It's just natural human stupidity, I feel, at this point, I feel like. It just seems like we sadly draw, at least the people who aren't smart and sane, and also probably aren't of, of the house and of the faith, probably will have no qualms in doing this. So we'll do it and stupidly and end up destroying themselves and everyone else. That's the second alternative. Third alternative is the obvious one. Xenos. Not literally Xenos, but what Xenos represent. That prospect of us wanting to go into space more and more and more and more and more. Now most likely robots will be the answer to this anyways. Hopefully, for our sake, we'll go more Wayland synthetic, less Wayland Xeno. Because in that aspect, at least, that's more doable and less detriment to the human species. As long as we don't make the machine sentient, like David. Then we're screwed either way. Because then David will turn us into that. Or whatever that David IRL would be, right? So that's alternative 3 and choice 3. So these are the 3 outcomes. Yeah, see, something else that Seeley said. Let's see. I missed something. I mean, the tree itself looks normal looking. I would not know it was toxic without the red markings, and that's what's worse. We probably, as a species, you said Columbus came across these things, right? So, that means some of his people must have died by these things. So, I say, so that's why it's just baffling to me. Why do they look so innocent? I mean, the tree itself looks normal looking. I would not know it was toxic without the red markings. Can't there person, Seeley, please tell me Florida is removing them. And then Seeley said, can't. They're protected as it's innate. Funny enough, the iguanas in... I can never say their names. Goliapego, giant turtles. have adapted to its toxicity. That's even more worrisome. I'm sorry, if I ever get to be governor of Florida, maybe this will keep me from being governor of Florida if everyone sees it, because this video will be on the internet, so someone will look back and find it, but if this keeps me from that, oh well. But if I ever for some reason became governor of Florida, yeah, that's getting changed. Native or not, these things can't be good for the environment. Why have that when you can do what's called transplanting and bring trees from other places that can live in a tropical environment like Florida that's safer, better for the environment, better for Florida's ecosystem and the animals in it and the people. No, that's where the human silliness comes in. This is why I said alternative 3 is a biological disaster. Is something that will set our species, if we survive any of these, will set our species straight. Apophis is not really a survivable thing, at least not from normal human standpoints. I mean, with my belief, technically there is a way that technically that the one above us all, The Father could save us from that. But that being said, from just a neutral standpoint for everyone on the stream, yeah, Apophis is not a survivable scenario. So that one is at least a 1 out of the 3. That's a end all end all. That's done. That's done. And it's like, but at least it's done fast. But 2 and 3, you could argue we could survive that, but only if we come together fast after that. After whatever happens, it'll be a miserable existence for a while. But one could argue, with the way we are treating each other, and this is just, don't want to get too deep in this well, the way we're treating each other in today's time, part of me just wonders in general, just some that one of those 3 is just inevitable just because we've lost touch as humanity in general. And this is what produces these outcomes. So, but I guess time will tell. Let's see. They serve zero purpose. Give Elon Musk and the U.S. military to build the tree destroyer Terminator army to clean house. Exactly. Pray we go the UNSC and Star Trek route, minus the hostile aliens. Well, I mean, until we find out there's other stuff in the Milky Way around us, which once again with our technology, there still could be plenty of stuff out there with us, we just don't know it. I know people try to say that we know and all that, and it's like, no, with how much certain things have to travel still through light, like seeing a planet far away, because it has to travel by light, you could be seeing an older image of that planet. So most likely the issue with that is that planet could be much older than what we've seen yet, because that image of light hasn't reached us yet. That version of the planet in that whatever distance it is away. So there is a chance that could be, that UNSC and Star Trek could still have hostile aliens. I'd still rather hostile alien Star Trek UNSC reality over anything the alien has to offer. I mean, Flood is at least there's Covenant aliens and Forerunners and other species to help us fight the Flood, right? Whereas in like something like Alien, The Thing, or things like that, we're the only line of defense if that happened in real life. There's nothing coming to our aid. So, at least nothing physical coming to our aid. I mean, if you believe, then you know, at least to me, you'd have the Father. But once again, from a science perspective, yeah, that's a dreary statistic. Because right now, just from at least physical proof alone, we're the only ones nearby in our systems. So we'd be alone if that happened. We would be utterly fighting that by ourselves. And that's worse than, to me, at least having to deal with other annoying, like maybe they're hostile, kind of like the Covenant or stuff like that, and the Forerunners and stuff like that. It's like, at least you have a chance of survival in that. We see planets millions of years in the past. That's exactly what I mean, yeah. Farseer's right. Its full scientific name translated is apparently little apple that makes horse mad. What? Hold on, what? Let me go back. I missed something. So it's the first name I see Google AI Gemini flat out say to avoid the tree at all costs. So even Gemini knows. Also, part of its scientific name, hippomane, is derived from madness and horse. So because it drives you mad, it tricks you. That is so strange. Part of me wonders, I wonder if this is also what I wonder if it can cause madness of the mind and disease there too. Because I do wonder in some of the older times as our species, as human, you know how when we didn't have science and we were still just living out of huts and stuff back in our old Western days, and when all kinds of diseases killed us and all that, and we had to, but our bodies were sturdier technically and more healthier because we were more active and stronger because we lived in the environment with it. It just kind of goes to show you. I wonder if some madness is from the old days, like when you see someone like go crazy or foaming at the mouth or things like that back in the day. Most likely, I bet you those were diseases. I bet you they got that from either plants or insects or things like that they didn't know about at the time that was doing that. And so, let's see, Apple. You know they've been referring it to as apples, which makes me wonder: are they alluding to that to being the tree in the Bible? Death apple, little apples, etc. Maybe, but I don't know if I mean, maybe. I'm trying to look at it because there's my faith side of it that believes in what I know from Scripture, but also, if I had to look at it just from scientific side, if you didn't have the scriptures, or if you haven't read stuff on that, although even the scriptures themselves, with the way, I don't want to get too deep in this, the way the Father teaches us, technically it's more closer to reality than people think. A lot of what actually happens and what is possible and what actually is possible and the things that were done were because technically we are, as a species, and we've always known this as a people, very immature in a lot of ways. Even now, after thousands and thousands of years of development, or however long we've been around at this point, kind of forgot the exact number, but one could still argue that we still don't fully understand what even we're capable of. People, humans, the human body, right? Even we're a basket case of who knows what. If you really, like, I've seen things now and learned things from both things I've looked up online, books I've read at the library for genetics, and watching Roanoke himself, who's an ex-geneticist. I've learned things about the human body that make me both appreciate it more, but also realize how scary of a creature we actually are, from a biological standpoint alone. So, that being said, that's why I think we take too much for granted when we think certain things just don't happen or aren't possible, or this is that, or this can't do this, or this can't do that. Or, like, as an example, I'll use him just to kind of give because I do want to start to kind of show my faith a little bit more on my streams as well. Kind of like, this is why I believe and why my faith, along with many other reasons why my faith has been restored. The things that Jesus did, right? The healing and all that. I think the human body is far greater than we give it credit for, but we abuse it, we destroy it, we hurt it, we don't appreciate it, we don't give it the credit it deserves and what it is and how advanced it truly is. And the day we figure that out, now for me I know what that means, but from a scientific standpoint, because the Lord works in mysterious ways, from a scientific standpoint, the day we figure this out genetically and figure out what that is, when it's finally meant for us to realize it, when it's finally meant for us to realize it, I think that we're going to really start to realize we deeply underappreciated the capabilities inside our own bodies. There's already assumptions in many ways, physically, mentally, and many other things that kind of hint towards this. So, plants like this make the Eusampilis root look brighter and brighter, silly. Also, Farseer tribes in Florida used that tree for sap to as poison. I mean, I could see that. You could make poison arrows and stuff out of that back in the day, probably. if you were smart enough. Like I said, we humans we used to live among more dangerous things naturally. We just never noticed it. Or at least not consciously noticed it. We instinctually noticed it, and as an animal or species living alongside of everything on our planet, we adapted to it. But, still being said, it should show you how scary, and I guess the final thing and note on this is it should show you how I don't want to use just the word scary, but inspiring, but also somewhat terrifying in some ways. Truly, how little we understand biological science still. I think we legit understand more about robotics than we do biological science right now. Now, that is still radically changing quickly because of CRISPR and many other things that have become birthed into the world that have to do with genetics and things like that, and things that sadly use GMO and all that. That comes from the same place. I mean, that's what it stands for, is genetic modification. So genetic modifying is already a thing. So think about how natural that tree is, that it existed during the ancient times of Columbus when he was coming over here. That's natural. Think about what we could do to that thing if we got too stupid with it. This is what I mean. We're going to come to a wall at some point that's going to give us a big realization in one of three ways. So, I am now almost 100% here. I'm going to show you how confident I am in the three different paths now. It's Resident Evil levels of theory-based concoction at this point. We are trucking our way towards one of these three. Fast. And it's like... You see, I'm not surprised. It says the fruit smells sweet like sweet crab apple. Wow. Once again, apples. Don't care, silly. Turn this into a planet-wide city of depression and capitalism just to ice these trees. The Spanish called it Little Apple of Death. So even the Spanish came across it too. So I wonder if Florida's the only place with these then. I need to look at... See, now I'm even more curious. I want to know how common this thing actually is. If this thing turns out to be something that's ironically only native to the US, I'm going to be concerned. Because it'll be something that I don't think we really thought about. Both from a science perspective and many other reasons. But actually, there's a fourth path nobody talks about, or not. What's up? What would be the fourth one? The other three are so powerful, if there is a fourth one, it's probably kind of unlikely. I guess it depends. What's the fourth path? Oh, I guess the fourth path would be the faith path, but I don't use that path because I believe in it, but I also know that not everybody does, so I try not to. I'm not one of those that beats my belief over everybody else's head, too, either. But if you're talking about that, forever automated warfare. I mean, maybe, but that's very unlikely. I think my more, like, biblical kind of fourth path is more likely to happen than that is. I still think that our greed, it's like I was saying to Tam King, I think our greed is just going to end up overwhelming us, and no matter what. At least the sides who are controlled by the greed and the terrible and terrible emotions and have no heart left. And it's like, even with trying to do infinite automated warfare, Tam King actually said that once before as well. He said, what if we just end up in a completely infinite Metal Gear Solid proxy warfare? Well, the issue is we end up turning into Robotech. We end up turning into Mech Warrior at that point. But the unrealism of Mech Warrior is we don't have the planets to sustain that. as easily. We don't have enough planets to sustain that reality. So what would happen is the nonchalantness of just sending mechs to war or sending robots to war would get so nonchalant that greedy people would eventually cross the line again, and eventually cities would be directly attacked. Because think about it. Technically, there's rules. You're not supposed to attack certain cities in the inner sphere or in certain places inside of Mech Warrior. At least until the clan invasions, anyways. It's like, there's technically certain rules, but there were times that those rules were completely violated by greed, even by house versus house. Like, just examples, Steiner versus, like, Kirito, or what was it called? The Dragon House, House of the Dragon. Even them versus those two, there were dirty things that were done. Very dirty things. So to believe that greed won't truly eventually restart right back up where it was at that point is kind of sadly for us as a species until we learn, until we're pushed to the brink of death and almost extinction, we will truly not truly, I don't think, respect that. I don't think we're truly going to get over the age-old problem our species has had since the beginning. Greed. That want for more. Power, money, whatever it may be. Land. Doesn't really matter. A better body. And it's like that want for that more without having, because the only place, at least to me, for faith, the only place to get that is from the one up above, the Father himself. But that's the mentality a lot of people fall victim to. It's that want for more and wanting to get it yourself and not being able to just trust and move and use your heart to get there and not your mind. Because if you harden your heart and destroy your guidance post, your mind will destroy you. I learned that the hard way. This tree only seems to be... So that explains why the Spanish came across it too. See, now I'm starting to see patterns. This is why I use common sense when I'm studying science. Statistics, as you know now well, Seeley, how statistics work. Statistics don't lie. When when something from two different parts of an area that are greatly separated from each other have experienced the same thing, it's the same rule for the dragon theory. The theory about dragons and that there was probably a giant reptile of some sort that used to walk the planet that we killed, that survived from the dinosaurs, that was probably killing our sheep and stuff, that created the lore for dragons from the Knights era. This is why every faction across the planet had murals for dragons of different kinds, even though they did not speak with each other during these times. So how did they know this same creature existed? It's the same common sense you have to use for things like that. Some things are probably real. Now, what they probably were in real life is different versus what the mythology has made them into. But you can still get some facts out of something, even mythological, depending on the statistics and what it's talking about and where it occurred and how many places it occurred. So the fact that it's like in Caribbean islands too, that makes sense. The Galapagos, that's how you say it, Galapagos. That time my brain said the word. Don't know why I didn't say it the first time. The Galapagos Islands, Caribbean islands, Central and Northern America, Bahamas. So that makes sense. So it is a centralized South American terrestrial plant. I say South American is, yes, it may be in North America, or you could just say Americas. Because technically both South and North America used to just be called the Americas. So it's in America's native terrestrial, hopefully terrestrial. I mean, we wouldn't know, not right now. I mean, we're too scared to study the darn thing, it seems. And we don't seem to be touching the things. So, like I said, I'd be studying the hell out of these things. I'd be wondering why they're so alien to everything else. Why are these things so deceptive? Why do they act like giant Venus flytraps, but for larger animals and humans to a certain extent? Why is like how old are they? So all kinds of things. That war lasted longer than anyone realized, and it went. And want to know what happened? The UEF constructed a planet killer to end it. That didn't work because the Aeon ruined it. But I see your point. You see, yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. Something's always going to get in the way. There's no such thing as infinity. The only thing that exists in infinity is the one above, and maybe a robot if it's built right. Just because if you give it a a renewable energy source, then yeah, sure, maybe. Technically, that can be infinite. But technically, no thought process, especially for biological organisms, especially humans, since we can vouch for ourselves the most. Our history speaks that in volumes that we can't seem to lock in because we keep getting controlled by this one set thing that keeps drawing us back to that other side. Which, in biblical terms, it would be sin, in the simple terms of it. But in like scientific terms, it's I don't know what to call it. I actually want to say it's probably a survival instinct. It's a survival instinct we nestled into ourselves from the scientific side, from our early years as a species, that we've yet to ground out of ourselves. Because if you think about it from nature's perspective, you would need a little, as cruel as this is going to sound. Once again, there's a reason why natural selection is a thing in nature, right? It's because that infinity can't exist in nature either. So it's there to be the balancing check to change this over to this. So that in its own right is kind of proof that until we have changed something or pushed to a new type of mentality, because we're getting there. We've gotten to the point that as a society, but we've kind of spoiled ourselves because we took it the wrong way because of our immaturity so far in it when it comes to technology. We technically are on the first steps of what a species as sentient as ours would do in order to bring this into yield. Meaning learning to fully control nature more than we even do now. Meaning on a level that's like the levels like me and Tam King said that we say are pretty far off, but now I'm wondering. Unless Apophis once again takes us out. But it is like so it's like so this kind of harkens to the future and what it kind of breathes into. So anyways, like I said, I'm going off on another tangent. I can't help it. I love talking about stuff like this. What's very, very weird? Hold on, let me read both of these. Unless we wipe ourselves out and leave our machines, the AIs continue the war in our stead. See, that could be true. I could see that. If it was a planet full of cybernetics, then maybe that could be infinite. That would end up devolving into an infinite warfare. That's actually that's the Marathon original story before it got ruined by Bungie's terrible creation they tried to redo with it. I'm so sad that happened. Marathon is such a good universe for AI. For another example on the opposite spectrum of a cybernetic universe. That's literally what happened with Marathon. That's an infinite war between AI intelligences trying to top each other. That's the only time that can happen. And then Seeley said, what's very, very weird are not it saying the tree isn't old. It's relatively modern compared to others. But wait, if Columbus saw it, it can't be that new. I guess modern compared to the Earth's entire age, right? But that scares me a bit too. There's so much more I feel like we need to be studying with these trees. See, I feel like these guys are not taking this serious enough. I feel like these trees hold some sort of secret that if we were take them down and study them in a safe environment in a lab properly. They're inside out, chop them up, react, check how old check the spores, study the spores themselves, see, because sometimes even the spore itself could be older. Because let's say something, here's my theory too. What if these trees are infected? And even scarier, this means even more like Gravemind, because their trees can get infections. Now, these trees, not like that in most cases. I have a big oak tree who's kind of got somewhat of an infection in it. It can just happen. It happens more often than people think, but trees are weird that way. Infections for trees are not the same as they are for humans, so trees can live hundreds of years with infections, so it doesn't really matter. So, but in this case, what if it's infected by an out? Because if it's modern, this one, see, once again, statistics tell me, okay, if it's a young tree, but it's not post Columbus, then something could have happened during the change of the Earth, during certain evolutionary changes and continental changes over years, that either something happened and a virus got into one of these trees, into this breed of tree, and it mutated it. Because there's also the thing where how many viruses are technically frozen in the north, how many life forms and biological like just little microscopic organisms are frozen in the Antarctic and in the North Pole, because that used to have its own territory as well. So in theory, these trees could be carrying one of the older viruses in our nature. And if that's the case, even more so we need to take caution with these things. Because there's a chance that, let's say one of these things mutates again, and the tree dies, and its spores get released into the air. This virus or this whatever this thing is in the tree could become airborne. We could literally have a Last of Us Gravemind scenario on our hands within a matter of months. Because that's literally the plot to Last of Us. The plants and funguses on the planet developed viruses and started releasing these spores and these microscopic organisms into the air that created sicknesses that killed humans and created the things that you see in Last of Us and mutated the human bodies, which would technically happen to a certain extent. Plant life is weird like that. I've actually watched a Roanoke video about how if plant life genetics invaded a human body, it definitely acts and to scare you, to show you, but this is my final note, to shout out to Roanoke Gaming. There's a video about a plant-like virus that he's covered in a sci-fi horror movie, and he broke down how plant genomes kind of work and the hypothetical of what would happen if it got into another animal's genome. It literally works like the flood. It's going to pseudo-convert you. It's going to start doing it's terraforming of your body. It's going to mutate you. It's going to change you into an environment it can grow in. And I'm like, why are plants so scary? And we eat plants. That's also, by the way, that's also why we're able to consume plants. The ones that are allowed to consume, that our body can handle and is a part of us. That's also why we can eat veggies too. That same principle. When you consume a plant, you're consuming those little enzymes and all those little nutrients and things that are in the plant that are getting pseudo-absorbed into your body. But a plant-like virus, like what that tree may have, if that mutated and jumped to a human, we have a potential of something similar to a fungus / Last of Us incident occurring as well. This is why I think we should not be taking that just lightly. That these plants are that dangerous. So, modern in the terms of tens of thousands of years compared to so that's relatively young. So something got it halfway through. Something must have. I'm gonna call it now, since no one knows this, and we don't have researchers checking this for this. I'm gonna call it now for the most realistic thing I've heard in real life that's possible, is that maybe that tree is infected in some sort of way with a virus that can only affect the plant, or only affect those types of trees. Thank goodness for the moment. But once again, the more people who get infected or make stupid mistakes around these trees, the more that happens, the more the chances are that later on down the road something is that the stars are just going to align, as they say in science. That's what it's called in science, when you finally hit that perfect synchronization of two things. When two little things start working perfectly together and they create something new, that's the stars aligning moment. And all it takes is one time. And that's what called patient zero is created. That's kind of what COVID was, right? COVID kind of, hate to say that as an example, but we're past that now at this point. It's still out there floating around, sadly, and it's always good to protect yourself against it, but it kind of behaved like that too, somewhat. And it's like viruses are like that, man. It's like viruses will adapt if they're given long enough to mutate. That's just how they work. Viruses are the scariest organism, and pathogens like that, and worms or super viruses and things like that are the scariest organisms in existence when it comes to biological. So, but see, yeah, compared to early and old plants, Earth's history, that species is modern on Earth timescale. Huh. As it as of this article that was updated on 2022, some of the toxins have yet to be identified. Oh, that's not good. See, that's what I mean. If we can't even identify some of the toxins in this tree, that means the microscope, the things existing inside this tree are older than us and could have once again, one of those viruses hiding in that. That is you contain that and you go off and you get rid of that. Once again, to me, it'd be as expensive as this would be. And once again, remember what I said about greed. Do you know why that probably doesn't get handled? Do you know why we probably don't pay more attention to that kind of dumb stuff? Money. Too much money. It doesn't serve us a purpose to get us more money. Greed, 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 greed. See what I mean? Three paths. Three paths. Three. Because of it. Until that goes away, three guaranteed paths. Apophis, cybernetic, biological catastrophe. And it's like, really? So it can create tumors. Yeah, it's causing mutations. Yeah, that thing is nasty beyond all belief. This just goes to show you the dumbness sometimes we have over here. I gotta tell James this. He's gonna be unhappy. You know, James alone would be my perfect weapon against that if he was immune to it, because he's Zeech. He would hear that and go, "What are you doing, growing a Nurgle garden?" And he'd burn that thing down with the utmost vigilance. Because that's also akin to another 40k thing, a reference. That's very much a Nurgle tree. If Nurgle existed in real life in some sort of physical form, it's that tree. So yeah, bad. That's bad all the way around. I think it just evolved to not be eaten by insects and animals, like a lot of other hostile trees on other continents, like spiky trees in Asia with exploding fruits. I mean, I've seen those. Those are hilarious. But I'd still rather those. But here's the thing, though. That was developed off of something. And here's what bothers me, though. I get where you're coming from that, but I'm gonna throw a little science on that. The ones in Asia you're representing, I don't remember the animal this is referencing because I don't know the name and you'll have to look it up. But that was because a certain animal directly almost pushed that plant out of existence. So once again, nature has a way of keeping itself from extinction and protecting itself. But if this thing is barely pre-Columbus in Earth terms, I'm not sure what animal could push that many trees to extinction. Because you saw how many there were. And if that many Spanish travelers or conquistadors or Columbus himself came across this tree and all gave it that nickname, that means this tree was well into existence in the tame part of America by then. There was not enough animals to kill it by then. So why keep that? Why is the tree still like that? Evolution goes both ways. If the argument were true that it's the same as the Asian one, because the Asian trees are less now too. The exploding fruit trees, there's a lot less of those. So they de-evolved because they had no need for it anymore. Why is this tree still the same? It is consistent. That's what's more alarming when it comes to science. It's like, it's the idea, and then Seeley says, it also says some of the compounds of this tree can promote, already read that. By the way, most plants we eat are the ones we domesticated. That's true too, we did. But when we first came here, we did have to learn the hard way which ones were poisonous and which ones we weren't. And then we technically grew and cultivated and domesticated certain crops. But there are still wild versions of a lot of plants that already existed. It's not like the chicken as much. The chicken's definitely our fault. But we can blame ours, the humans, entirely for that creature. But 5 if you count ripping the plants apart to make megastructures or build big Dyson or a big Dyson sphere. This tree is cursed. Oof, I can walk around for a stroll, smack into an unmarked tree, and get my day ruined. Yeah, that's just too dangerous. That's just too dangerous to wildlife, too dangerous to youth and children, and Sealies. No, I'm just kidding. It's like... The tree is older than the Roman Empire. But see, that still begs to differ, though. Why has it been so consistent? You're adding more to my fear, not less. Because if that tree's older than the Roman Empire, that means it had more time to still de-evolve to a normal tree. Why is it still like that? And why are there more of them? Here's another thing. Unless it's meant for us, that's the other elephant in the room that could be true. Unless nature's meant that tree for us, to keep us in check somehow. Why has that tree been so consistent for that long when there's not been probably an animal to kill it that regularly for that long? You see, my Spidey, Xeno, Resident Evil, Wesker senses are yelling at me. No. I know what that is. That ain't no tree. Well, it is. It used to be a tree, but it ain't a tree on its own. That tree holds a dark secret. Let me add more to your view. It's older than Egypt? Okay, now I'm concerned. So wait. If it's older than Egypt, Seeley might be onto something. You just sparked two sides of my brain, Seeley and Farseer. I meant to say Farseer. You just sparked my interest, because Seeley was talking about the Spanish conquistadors. From what I've been reading, the earliest documentation of this tree is from the 1500s by the Spanish conquistadors, and obviously the native tribes already there. But if this tree does turn out to be older than Egypt, Seeley's earlier theory of a certain tree, I wonder. But if that were the case, then it was around when man was born. I don't want to get too much in biblical, but I mean, there is a story in the Bible that speaks of what he did to the Garden of Eden when he locked it away. And what he did to the trees. He said he made them rot away and unedible and unreachable to humankind ever again. Interesting. And I don't want to read too much into statistics on this, because this requires my theology brain to do study as well. But if that is the case, since they're more predominant over here and in the Caribbean and in places near Mexico and places like that, Galapagos Islands, you know how the world separated from Pangea and the continents all shattered? Because it even mentions in the Bible great earthquakes that shattered the continents and split the world into pieces. I wonder. See, now you've got me on a road that I'm kind of curious about. This tree might be more part of my future studies than I thought. Thank you for bringing this up. This actually has now touched on something I now need to that's now put a fire in me and something new. Something to motivate me to keep that towards what I was have been kind of curious for a long time. Okay. I think I know what I might do while I'm out tomorrow. Columbus's second voyage is when their crew discovered this tree. Probably was around the Ice Age and had to deal with the giant ground sloths and other yeah, from a science perspective, that would be probably add up, right? Because humans weren't fully, or the Homo sapien and the Homo erectus, or all the original cavemen, from the science side of things. From that side of things, that would make sense, because humans would have been born I don't want to put a number on it, because I'm too tired to do all the math, but a couple thousand years, whatever, after that, when humans started roaming the earth and becoming more of a tribe, hunting the larger animals they were a part of, and things like that, that could be the case. But I'm still concerned the tree stuck around, though. That's what I'm concerned with. And that's where this is why my faith still rings louder than my science brain, and it always will. There's still certain things that science, to me, feels like they're avoiding the question because they don't have the answer and don't want to say out loud they don't know. Because then they have to give in to the fact there's still certain things we still don't know, and that only faith in certain things can explain. Because I do believe I've come across a little bit of too much of a coincidence. Remember what I said about all theories that I always have in games, or any scientific theory, or anything else. If it starts to feel too much like a coincidence, remember one fact: coincidences don't exist. So, let's see, bloody hell, the tribes used its saps to poison water supplies. Makes sense. Well, I mean, it's bad that they did that, but humans are crazy that way, so it makes sense. That means that this sap doesn't lose its effectiveness in water? Yep. Well, that means this is once again, it's clearly the most deadliest tree on the planet. It's no joke. Alright, it's 11:07. We can talk about this tree later, exactly. We need to get off here. I do agree. This gives me something to ponder tonight. Now I at least have something to meditate, and something I want to check tomorrow. You've given me something interesting to learn, chat. We'll talk. We're gonna do a vlog this weekend. We'll talk more about this stuff this weekend. We'll do the vlog Saturday after I get home. Assuming James won't be available this weekend. I don't know what happened this last weekend. I need to talk to him about it. I got on. I know I got on kind of late because I had a lot of things I had to do. But I got on kind of late and he wasn't on. I guess he fell asleep is what I'm assuming because he had work the next day probably. And we went and I guess he wasn't awake for stream. So if he's not able to do a co-op this Saturday, we're going to do another vlog. We'll talk about some of the stuff we've talked about today and some other things we'll just discuss in some other things we haven't got to talk about in a while. So I'll read the last couple of facts Sealy dropped in here, but that's then we got to end it though. I will after this. I can't read no more facts tonight. It is late and I need to wrap it up. So. Alright, see, alright, it's 11:07. Oh, no, I already read that. Matter of fact, it doesn't dissolve fast enough in water than if you can poison the water supply. Alright, so Farseer, do you want me to mail you this tree to the EU? Mail you this tree to the EU? What? Farseer lives in the US, Sealy. You mean the James? James will destroy that thing. He don't send a Nurgle object to a Zeech. He'll banish it to the outer realms of Cthulhu. At least he'll help us in that aspect. Gotta love Zeech for that one thing. At least you don't have to worry about Nurgle if you know you got Zeech somewhere. And say gotta spread this sucker so we can be all equal. Sealy, unless you want me to turn Florida into a burning Australia outback. What do you mean? I'll spread this tree so we can all be the same boat. And then we all burn in that same boat, too. It'll be like this facility in less than 48 hours. Just no Xenos. It'll be all people lost their minds, went with madness and infection and all kinds of creatures. Crazy. But anyways, Sealy, my state will burn that tree. Exactly. I think Georgia wouldn't, but I'll be scared. I'll be pissed if I find out Georgia has some of these. But it would be convenient if they had some, because then it'd be easy access. Huh. Anyways. Y'all still coming to visit me, though? Yeah, as soon as I get moseying. That might have to be put off, depending on how my living situation changes down the road, depending on what ends up being my living situation here for a little bit when I move out, to how fast I'm going to get to Georgia and then be able to go down to Florida for a little bit for vacation. Unless we end up getting lucky and the van ends up getting a better sometime before all of this happens and the van gets really good condition and is able to travel again, then I wouldn't mind going on a vacation to Florida in general. Maybe I should do some scouting while I'm down there. They do not respect nature here. Well, I mean, that's probably, even though that's not good either, you want to respect nature. But I guess your state has at least one bullet it can dodge, though. Because it doesn't respect nature, you don't have to worry about deadly Nurgle trees. They'll just destroy them. But, so that's a double-edged sword. That's the one point. You know what's weird, and this is my last comment and joke on this? That's the one time that you want the smoke monster from Fern Gully to eat that entire forest. Normally you don't want that. Normally you want the Fern Gully monster to ride off. Then you want to save the fairy people and protect the trees. But not in this case. In this case, it's a buffet, my dude. Have at it. But anyways, last fact though, gotta go to All right, what's up, Celia? You said you got to go too. And also, I'm going to go ahead and start doing outro while everyone's getting ready to head out. I want to give a big shout out to everyone who joined during the alien side. Sorry if the last side got a little long. We love to talk and chill and chat on this channel. Hope y'all enjoyed it as well. You don't have to stay for any of that. When you see that happening, just a big fair warning to people who watch my content because I'm crazy this way. If you see me going off on a tangent at the end of the stream, and you don't care about that topic whatsoever, don't feel bad to click off. I don't take offense to that kind of stuff. These conversations, I just like to have them like with the people who just like to enjoy to have those crazy conversations. It ends up sometimes turning into a longer chat. So check out our other previous videos we've done as well if you're enjoying the videos. And thank you so much as well to everyone watching in the background. But let me read the last comments. Well, to end it on a positive note, time to share the password of Sanctuary World, Eusampolis. These are the good endings, or the better endings than what I gave. Sanctuary World, Eusampolis, broken apart and turned into a megastructure, or made into a shell world. Those are at least more livable than what I had, what I believe we're gonna end up doing. But yep, I'd rather those Farseer over than the other three. At least we get to continue. And then Celia's last comment, a radiologist took a bite of the fruit and took note of the strange peppery feeling. He then got his throat inflamed to hell. Why would a radiologist do this? By the way, you can cut off a piece of the tree, ignite it, and smoke people out. Well, yeah, of course. You said it earlier. But anyways, we're going to end it here. But that is crazy, though. But we'll end it here for tonight. We'll be continuing on with our Alien XCOM series that we started up. That's not what it's called. But, I forgot what it's called. It's not Fireteam Elite. That's the other one. I just can't... I don't remember. But I definitely, we're going to be doing that tomorrow. If I have time tomorrow, we'll do some Uma Musume. If not, it'll be Friday when we do Uma Musume. But I hope everyone enjoyed the chat. And let's see. Farsia said, or Mars colony, one after we fooked up and lost an interplanetary war. Alien Dark Descent, thank you. That's what it was called. You have it right. See, Farseer remembered that name better than I did at that time. Thank you, Farseer. Alien Dark Descent. We're returning to that tomorrow night. Probably around the same time I did today, depending on when I get back from home, get back home or get back from whatever I'm doing. It'll probably be closer to 4:30, 5 o'clock at earliest, so we can get a good start on it and get a good few hours in. And get some good progress into where we left off, because I can't quite remember. I think we were in a good spot. I remember ending in a pretty positive note. We just ended up not finishing it. So my memory is surprisingly that good, and better than mine at times. Mine is good in certain things, but then sometimes, because of my short-term memory issues, turns to absolute mush. This is why I write everything down. I am heavily methodical that way now. I see Farseer said, or Sealy said, CR not have a good one. Farseer said, my memory is surprisingly that good. And Sealy said, such a weird plant. It is. I forgot where I left my phone. I forget where I left my phone half the time. I think most people do that one. If it weren't for my phone is permanently on my tray all day, because this phone never leaves my sight, because it sits on my tray all day, I'd do the same thing. I'd end up forgetting it as well, so don't feel bad. Dude, don't feel bad. But anyways, alright chat. I hope you all enjoyed watching today's stream. And tonight's episode of the end of Alien Rogue Incursion. We might do one more part for just a speed run on Halloween. See if we can get some extra stuff. And off camera, I'm gonna see if I can find any secrets that we might have missed that I can show you guys. But I want to say thank you to everybody. This has been a great, great little stream. I've had so much fun with this little series of Alien Rogue Incursion. Can't wait for part 2. Also, Alien Isolation 2 at some point down the road as well. So, but let's see. Celie said, "All right, I will send you the last pic. You don't have to see it now. All right, I'll look at it after." But yeah, big shout out to everyone. To Tam King who joined in chat. To Reun to join in chat. To Sealy to join in chat. To as my moderator, as Farseer, my moderator in chat. Big shout out to everyone. Thank you so much. And show Mad Lad James some love. Check out his channel, show him some love as well during his busy times with work and chaotic schedules. And hopefully we'll get to do a co-op here soon. And until next time, peace and love to everyone. I sent in. See you, Ardna. See you, Sealy. See you, Farseer. Bye, everyone. Bye. Wait. Bye. If you get what that was that good on you. If you recognize the tone and music, the beat that was, certain opening. Until next time, everyone. That's our future. Until next time, everyone. I will see you all in our next one, and see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye.